The Heart Sutra is a strange kind of map. Usually when you have a map, it's showing you how to go from here to there. But the function of the Heart Sutra is designed to show you how to stay where you are. So it's not a map for a journey, it's a map for avoiding going on journeys. Because in samsara we wander around with hopes and fears, going in different directions and looking for the answer, for the solution to our problems in the various things that arise. And so we've already seen his description of cul-de-sacs, of dead-end roads that we can get trapped in, believing in our intelligence as it forms in consciousness, believing our memories, our plans for the future, taking our life very seriously. This activates all kind of intentions moving towards an object. And he's saying, but the subject is empty, the object is empty. It's just empty reflections in space. And this is a very liberating kind of notion. Wherever you go, it's the same situation. It's not that we are the same person going. Any kind of movement will bring about changes in our moods, our feelings, our thoughts. The content of ourself is always changing, and yet these changes establish nothing. Everything remains unborn. So on that level you have an equality between success and failure, happiness and sadness. Everything is empty. It doesn't mean it's nothing at all, because you have the sensation and the experience of it occurring. In that sense, it provides the basis for releasing and letting go the sense of the importance of seeing the world from our point of view. For example, Siya Lama described how when he was young he studied traditional Tibetan medicine with his uncle, and one day all the students were sent out onto the hills and the fields with the task to find anything which couldn't be used for medicine. After looking and looking and looking, he came back empty-handed. Because indeed every kind of stone, every kind of bush, every kind of insect can be used for some medicinal purpose. This value remains latent until there is a particular disease. The disease or the illness calls forth the medicine. The fact that a medicine is very powerful and very helpful for certain diseases doesn't mean that everybody should take it. Because if you don't have the disease, there's no point. So there is value in everything, value in everyone, but the value is released through relatedness. And that's our relationship with the people we meet, with friends, with colleagues, with dharma teachers, with kinds of yoga, and so on. We go into situations and we find out whether there's a resonance or not. Because everything depends on whether something is fitting or not. Tibetans call this your cha, your share, your slice of the world. And if you try to take somebody else's share, it won't help you. You have to find your own share. So for example, when I was first in India, after I had been with a lot of Hindu teachers, I went up to Dharamsala because I'd heard many Tibetan lamas there teaching dharma. Mainly they were Gelugpas, and I went to many of the classes in the library of Tibetan Archives, which was the main educational place at that time. And it was very interesting, but I began to feel it's not mine. And I could see from the faces of other people, this was their world. But it wasn't my world. And so I went traveling over to the other side, to Darjeeling, and I met Kalu Rinpoche, and I did a lot of his practices, did this Kamakam Zang Nundro and so on, a lot of Milarepa practice. And then I met Kanjo Rinpoche and Dujo Rinpoche and various lamas, Chatra Sanji Dorji and so on. And I realized, oh, maybe I'm more at home with the Nyingmapa. And as soon as you find what's right for you, you realize how much effort you've been using to make something that wasn't yours, yours. There's an artificial feeling in that. And this is, I think, really, really important, because if you abandon yourself to fit in with the ideal, with some idea that you have privileged and made perfect, all that happens is you lose yourself. So although we might feel that we have problems and difficulties and that there are beautiful medicines out there, really we have to begin by thinking, okay, maybe there is something wrong with me, but what's the diagnosis? Because if you get the diagnosis wrong, you start trying to take these other medicines, then the medicines don't work, then either you blame the other person or you blame yourself. And this can then become quite desperate. So the first thing is trying to see what are the problematics of my current structure. And this is what the Heart Sutra is very useful for. It's setting out the ordinary ways that we operate in the world and showing that the problematic is not the activation of these methods, but the belief that we have that they are the answer. That somehow, if only I do more of this, I will be safe, I will be secure. And so what he's doing is encouraging us to move from the fantasy of solidity and arrival and having everything sorted out to living a dynamic existence in a dynamic way, being light, responsive, ever-changing, ever-moving. And this is the teaching of the Heart Sutra is the basis for all these other paths that we can look at, Tantra and so on. What he's already pointed out is the danger of relying on signs, relying on linguistic signifiers and building up bodies of knowledge as if that were a true indication of truth. So in Tantra you move from the sign to the symbol. You start to focus on deities and melodic recitation and visualizations in which the investment is in an empty image. So if you pray to Padmasambhava, Padmasambhava has a body of light. There is no substance there, no essence. This is form and emptiness. And he symbolizes our own nature. Then in Dzogchen we move directly to the spacious ground of being, which is the emptiness which is revealed through the Heart Sutra. So all these different dharma paths begin with some sense of emptiness, with the idea that the familiar building blocks which we rest our egocentric life on are actually unreliable and false. Although the mind is like space, the emptiness of the mirror, in our embodied being, we are always located somewhere. And so we are at the center of our particular world, or to put it in a more negative way, we are condemned to being where we are. So what we get is the view from here. We're never going to see through someone else's eyes, we only see through our eyes and what is revealed to us. And recognizing this, we need to have humility. So we might meet some teachers and really like them or not like them. We might have a lot to say or not to say. That doesn't tell us anything about the true qualities of that person, because the only true quality of the person is emptiness. Everything else is a construct, and most probably 90% your own projection. So the fact that you don't like someone doesn't mean they're bad. The fact that you do like them doesn't mean they're good. This is the relational nature of meaning. This is pratitya samuppada. This is dependent origination, which means we do have to have opinions, because we live in a world where we make choices all the time, but these choices are relative, they are contingent, and they don't establish meaning. And this is one of the real blessings of the text, that is pointing out again and again, you cannot establish truth by making choices. What you establish are shapes, forms, patterns, relatedness, or separation. And this is in the house of compassion. This is the field in which we interact with other people. But none of these establish anything in truth, because the real truth is the unborn nature, emptiness itself, the mind of all the Buddhas, the Dharmakaya.
One question, because in the Vajrayana, the emphasis on devotion, or in the Advaita tradition, the grace, amazing grace of the Guru is said to be the quickest way to realize the nature of mind. So how is that combined in terms of Dzogchen?
And devotion to the Guru is a method. Devotion to the Guru is a method. If you have a bad Guru and you have devotion, because you believe the arsehole is a Buddha, you get the blessing of a Buddha. If you have a wonderful teacher and you think he's an arsehole, you'll get the blessing of an arsehole. You can never step out of your own mind. This is really sticky territory. You cannot jump into someone else's mind. And so your Guru is your mind. And the Milarepa says, when I recognize the nature of the Guru, I recognize my own mind. When I recognize my mind's nature, I recognize the Guru. Every Guru is a construct of our own mind. So some people will think that one Guru is fantastic, and other people will think, wow, what a wanker. Neither thing is true. If you want to get a handbag, should you go to Gucci? Depends. A bit flash, maybe go to Versace, a bit more shiny. Huh? Jimmy Choo shoes, what do you like? How much money have you got? Which is the best kind of shoe?
But can you not confuse yourself by kind of, because you take it outer? I mean, I can go to all kinds of gurus, and then I confuse myself because I look outside, because I don't understand what the nature of the guru is.
Yeah. The Guru is a method. The Guru is a method. If you have to pray to the Guru and do the practice, just liking the Guru and hanging around is no benefit. Namkhai Norbu often describes that when he travels in Tibet, people come to him and ask for a blessing. And he says, do you not want a teaching? Do you not want me to show you something? You say, no, put your hand on my head. And it makes him very sad. Because they imagine that somebody will give them something. What he could give them is a map of themselves. But they want a little bit of string to tie around their neck to put a bit of him onto them. And Tibetans say, 3 days of blessing on the court, and then it's a home for lice. So devotion is very important, but devotion doesn't mean that it's completely true. For example, at the moment when the Dalai Lama travels around to teach, outside the hall where he's teaching, there are a group of people denouncing him as a very bad person, because they follow another kind of Gelugpa teacher. In that Gelugpa teacher says the Dalai Lama, by banning the practice of a particular protector, has betrayed the holy lineage of the Gelugpa. So they say the Dalai Lama is a betrayer and a liar and a cheat and is destroying the Gelugpa. That is their faith. They believe in the words of their guru. Other people believe in the Dalai Lama. Which one is right? And this is where it gets very difficult, because we believe that it relies on the power of the object. Now, we know that there is the placebo effect, and that's a powerful aspect of medicine. But nonetheless, if I go to the doctor and I need an injection, I hope that what is being injected into me is actual medicine that will do something. So I believe the power lies in the object. But then, of course, we have the famous story of the dog's tooth, which I think everybody knows about. If you have faith, even a dog's tooth will give out light. It depends on what you believe in. The hero from Linz gave out light at one time. He's a small man, very small. Came all the way from Austria to cause trouble in Germany. And he was seen as full of light. How come? This is faith, this is devotion. Anything can shine. Mao Zedong was shining. Joseph Stalin was shining. The devil is shining for some people. Gods and demons both will shine if you have faith in them. So, this is your own mind. You have to look at your mind and think, what do I have faith in? So, from the deep level, anything can be a method of awakening. And in the Hindu paths and the darker tantric paths, you have the whole left-handed paths, which involved killing and so on and so forth. And maybe that worked. Who can say? I would not like to meet somebody who wants to cut off my head. But there are many stories like that. The key thing, though, is when we pray to the Guru, we then make use of the Guru to dissolve into us and take us back into our own nature. Which means you have to believe in the purity of the Guru to take you into the purity of yourself. If you have doubts about the Guru, this will mix with the doubts you have about yourself, and you just have a lot of confusion. So, for the purposes of practice, it is important to have full faith, whatever other people say about the teacher. Now, you could say, this is potentially a great way of cheating yourself. But the function of the faith is to take you through the web of conceptualization into the direct experience of emptiness. Which is why in the tantric path, the teacher manifests in symbolic form, and you pray to him as a body of light, you pray to her as a body of light, and from the three places, rays of light are coming into your body, symbolizing the body, speech, and mind of all the Buddhas and so on. This has nothing to do with somebody's personality. It has nothing to do whether they have a big bank account in Switzerland or they live in a poor little hut in India. Their personality is secondary. But if you don't like their personality, that will get in the way of doing the practice. So this is what it means by our share. For whatever reason we connect with certain people, and on the basis of that we have more trust, and the trust then allows us unimpeded devotion. So we gather ourselves together. Praying from the heart is the quick way to do this Shine practice. Because in Shine, you're focusing on your breath. When you focus on the guru or the deity, they have a beautiful shining body, they may be dancing around, you say some melodic mantra. Woo, this is much more interesting. So you can give your attention to it, and on the basis of that, you have an experience of yourself. In Dzogchen, we take refuge in our own mind. Now this is very difficult, because taking refuge in the guru, at least you've got some idea what the guru looks like, and have a little photo and put it on your shrine. But when you take refuge in your own mind, till now you never met your mind. When you try to say, I take refuge in my mind, what you find is there are lots of imposters. There are lots of people pretending to be your mind. Thoughts, memories, sensations, and they say, I am you. This is who you are. Trust me. And then they go. Then you're abandoned, sad, lonely. Why can't I find a real man? And that's what it's like, isn't it? We are led astray by the contents of our mind, because we have been educated to believe that the contents of our mind are our mind. So the mind itself is the mirror, the content of the mind is the reflection. The reflection is not the mirror. And so taking refuge in your own mind means in the moment of seeing the reflection, you see the mirror, because they are not two separate things. It's not that you can strip away the reflections and suddenly find a mirror, because you never find a mirror without reflections. And this again is why the Heart Sutra is so important. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The reflection is the mirror is the reflection. When you're looking for your mind and it says your mind is like the sky, it doesn't mean that you have to get rid of all your thoughts and be like a pig. Oh. It means in the midst of your busy mind, this is the mind itself. The mind itself, with great generosity, is filling you up with all kind of stuff. So devotion is important in all the paths as a way of centering and focusing and gathering. And in many of the Dzogchen texts it says, when the mind is very rough and unruly, because the practice itself is very subtle, don't do the practice directly. First pray with one-pointed devotion, then you settle into yourself, use that through the Guru Yoga, into space, and then remain in that state.
James, a question concerning the three statements of Dzogchen, as he pointed out, make sure when you make an experience of your natural state, and then be sure that it is, and continue in this way, isn't it? And but I stuck with the first point to make really to make it sure for me that this is the real state, or this is the natural state of my mind. So you just explained what we find when we're looking for the mind. Just the thought, where's the natural state? Then I stuck with the first point, that so I couldn't come to the second, because I'm not sure what is the natural state of my mind.
Yeah, and this is why this first statement of Garab Dorji is very, very tricky.
Yes.
Because people talk about pointing out instructions. I can point out my nose. I can point out my ears, my eyes, my loss of hair. But I can't point out my mind or your mind, because it's not visible. So how do you point to something that can't be pointed at? Because if you misunderstand the instruction that it's something which can be seen, now see the nature of your mind. Somebody holds up a peacock feather or a crystal or a mirror. Oh, this is your mind. No, it's not a fucking peacock feather. I'm not stupid. This is a symbol about something. Signs and symbols refer to something else. The mind itself is not referred to by anything. So, it's not something you can grasp, it's not something you can find, you've never lost it, it's there from the very beginning. So it's always already here. If it's already here, what is it that separates ourselves from it? And this is what the map of the Heart Sutra is about. By believing in the substantial reality of the contents of the mind, there's a lot of stuff to keep processing and working out. And so you get used to the idea of going from here to there, making this bigger, making that smaller, and so on. So the active function of the mind is concerned with self-development, self-creation. But this is the uncreated. This is the indestructible Vajra mind there from the very beginning. It's not like anything else. And therefore the criteria that you apply to thinking about it is not like anything else.
Yeah, that makes it difficult, isn't it?
It makes it very difficult. When I was in my last year in primary school, about 4 or 5 of us, 3 girls and 2 boys, we formed together the Orange Society, which was our code name. And this was a society devoted to finding out about sex. So we would each go into our family encyclopedia and copy out all definitions about sexual organs and so on, and bring this and read it all together. Because we thought, now we're getting bigger, we have to know about sex. And of course, that's not how you find out about sex. So it's like that. Having lots of ideas about something can just be a kind of confusion. Because what you do is you operate from the paradigm you're in, and you extrapolate, you generate further ideas from inside your interpretive matrix, your paradigm, and imagine, oh, it's probably like this, because I know about this. But it's something else. So what we're doing in the practice is effecting a paradigm shift. We're going into another way of being. And we'll come on to that a little bit later.
Isn't devotion a state of being or happening rather than a practice? Isn't devotion... isn't devotion a happening rather than a practice?
You can develop devotion. It will be artificial, and then it will become more natural. Just as when you learn a language at first, it's quite artificial, and then you become used to it, and then it becomes a way of life. Deep devotion is a deep authenticity that comes through you, but you can actually practice to develop it, yeah.
Is it a sort of practice to open up yourself to the actual devotion?
Yeah, absolutely. Because often we start with skepticism or cynicism, and we don't want to do anything. I remember when I was in India, in Sarnath, and I was just at the beginning of really connecting with Tibetan Buddhism. The last Karmapa came to visit, and a bunch of us were standing outside this room where the Karmapa was, and we were not sure to go in, and they said, oh, you have to make prostrations. I thought, why would I make prostrations to anyone? What is this? Why am I prostrating to this person? So I didn't go in. I'm not going to do it. So you start with your frame of reference. No, I'm not somebody who can do that. And then afterwards, you come into it and you see the logic of it. But you start with a self-referential position, and then you start to realize how boring and tedious it is just to be yourself. So then you go out. Okay, let's go on with the text. The trumpet sound. 7, line 3. Mik me, nawa me, na me, che me, lu me, yin me, zuk me, dra me, dri me, ro me, recha me, chu me, miki kam me, ne yiki kam me, yiki number shepa, ke kam, ki bardu, mebdo. So now he's describing the organization of our sensory relationship with the world. He says, emptiness is without eye, without ear, without nose, without tongue, without body, without mentation, without form, without sound, without smell, without taste, without sensation, and without objects of mentation. Emptiness is without the domain of vision and without the domain of the other senses, up to and including the domain of mentation. And emptiness is without all the domains of consciousness, up to and including mentation consciousness. So, this refers to the 18 factors of our perception. You have the sense organs, you have the sense objects, and you have the sense consciousnesses. So the eye is the organ, form or shape is the sense, is the visual object, and the eye consciousness is the organizing factor for visual experience. The same with the ear, which has sound as its object and has its own consciousness. So in the system, the 5 sense organs each have an area of receptivity in the world. They pick up their own particular object class, and they each have their own consciousness. And then there is the 6th consciousness, Yidki Nampar, which is the organizing mental consciousness, which takes the mental impressions generated by the sense consciousnesses and organizes them into a kind of conclusion about what is there. So these 18 factors are operating all the time. People have different degrees of development of their sense organs. We know that different animals have different sense organs. Some have a very acute sense of smell, but are almost blind. Some have incredibly good sight. When you see a hawk in the sky and it's suddenly plunging down to catch some little mouse, from this huge distance, wow, they can really see what's there. So, again, reflecting on this, we see, oh, my world is determined by the acuity of my senses, that I have access to certain factors and not other factors. And the world is shifted. For example, some years ago I had a polyp growing up my nose, and I also had some sinus problems every winter, so I had an operation. They took out the polyp and they drilled a bit through the bone to help the sinus drain. This was very useful, but it also had an impact on my sense of smell. So then I have a different relationship to the world. Some smells I can still have very strongly, and others I don't really pick them up. So the profile of the world, which appeared before the operation to be just like that, we suddenly realize, oh, this is interdependence. Depending on the facility of these nasal receptors, the nasal consciousness has something to work with and then feeds into the mental consciousness. And most of us, as we get older, we need glasses for reading. And we realize, oh, my eyes that could see now don't see. The eye that we took for granted and seemed just to be something that was there, we now realize has a shifting capacity, which we are very fortunate can be modified by the use of glasses. Same for hearing, you can get hearing aids and so on. So our embodied senses are very vulnerable to the impact of accidents and so on. But what it's also saying is that always what we are getting as our experience of the world is an interpretation. So for the people in the village who are Catholic, hearing the church bells ringing is very nice. For me, trying to talk to you, it's a bit of a nuisance. Because I have a different formation. I don't feel like going to the village church. But maybe some people in the village want to do that, and hearing the church bells ringing is a reminder of their faith. So that's operating under the house of what we looked at yesterday, the fourth skandha, the way associations arise in the mind in response to the sound of the church bell. Because, of course, we hear sound. We don't hear church bells. Church bell is an imputation with which you will have your own set of interpretations. So he's saying that neither the sense object, nor the sense organ, nor the consciousness associated with it exists in emptiness. That is to say, it doesn't exist as something existing in itself, and so emptiness is without it, as we looked yesterday, in the sense that the mirror is without reflections even when it has reflections. So this is the rather difficult notion of negation that's operating here. Usually when you have a negation, you have an annihilation of that which is negated. In a logical proof, for example, you show the false premises in the other person's argument, and it collapses the structure that they've been trying to set out. Or you could say, after your meal, your dish is dirty, and you take it to the sink, and you take a cloth with some cleaning fluid, and you apply the water to the plate and the cleaning fluid, and you rub it, and you negate the dirt which is on the plate, so the plate is now clean. That the annihilation of the dirt, the removal of the dirt, allows the plate to be returned to what it was. This is our normal sense of negation. But here, what he's saying is, there are no eyes, there are no ears. Now, clearly we have eyes and ears, so maybe he's crazy. But he's saying, the eyes and ears are there, but not as what you take them to be. Your notion of your eye and ear, which is actually the fruit of your consciousness, your creation of what this is and how it functions and how you make use of it, that it is a reliable aspect of yourself. He's saying, this is a construct. This has no inherent essence or substance to it. And so from that point of view, there is no eye, no eyeball as a self-existing phenomena, because if you pull the eyeball out of your eye socket, it will not do very well, because you just pull it and then all the little feeders that go into it, nerves, blood vessels and so on, will be severed. So your eye functions because of a supply of blood and so on. When that's cut off, there is no self-existing eye. The same with the ear. The ear works because it's stuck on the side of your head, and there's all kind of channels going through that are transforming sound vibration into the nerve system and so on. So, although we say nose, ear, eye, and so on, and in that moment of application of the sign, we seem to be referring to something which is there, something which is itself, existing in itself. This is an illusion. So, in a sense what he's pointing to is everything is dependent origination. The I functions in relation to the object and to the consciousness. The consciousness in this Buddhist psychological system is not permanent. Consciousness is evoked by the connected movement. For example, usually if we're sitting here, we don't have a strongly developed sense of smell. But if someone brought in some lilies and the smell of the flower spreads out, you're immediately aware, oh, your sense consciousness is evoked through the link between the nasal receptor and the object. There is no permanent consciousness of any of the senses, and there is no permanent mental consciousness. And this is very, very important because we think we have a continuous mind. And then we identify that mind with these various forms of consciousness and draw the false conclusion that the mind as mental activity is a continuous entity. This is the false notion of how the mind is. I have a mind, as if I have a nose. But the mind is operating in conjunction, in relation to other factors, and so does not exist in itself. This is what the mepa means. The negation is that I have a mental consciousness. The mental consciousness arises in relation to mental content. So you might be primarily, say, in your eyes, you're outside and you're looking, say, at a little wild violet in the field, and it's very beautiful. There's something charming about it. And then suddenly some memories of violets you saw in your childhood arises. This is the sudden arising of mental consciousness as the vehicle for the showing of the memory of these earlier violets. It wasn't operating before because you were primarily in your visual consciousness. So it's really important to see emptiness is without eye, without ear, and so on, means none of these things are self-existing. They are present in emptiness, but not as we take them to be. The world is not accurately described by our concepts. Our concepts create the delusion of self-existing entities. So this is a more detailed exposition of what he was pointing to yesterday. All phenomena, all dharmas are empty. And because they are empty, they don't exist as things which exist in themselves. So you have to really see what he's trying to say.
Did you say the world is not an accurate representation of our consciousness, or was it slightly different?
The world is not accurately described by our consciousness.
Yeah, thanks.
Because the world is created through the movement of the consciousness. This is exactly the heart of the problem, that we take an interpretation to be a description. We are co-creating the world moment by moment, but we create it in a way that tells us that we are actually describing something which is already existing. So, when you look at the violet in the field, and some memory arises about the violet, you are amplifying the meaning of violet. Just as a Jungian analyst, if you take a dream, will bring it into relation to some myths and other stories to amplify and extend the meaning, to allow the underlying structure to be there. This is, on the one level, looks like teasing out what is there, but it's also informing, it's putting formations into the object. The object itself is just empty. So the blessing of this is your mind is very important. The difficulty of this is you don't know what your mind is. But one conclusion you can draw is that you are not irrelevant. You are highly relevant. So when you hate yourself, when you disparage yourself, this is not a good thing to do. In the tantric system, this is one of the root vows, that one should never be negative or aggressive or contemptuous about oneself. But in order to do that, you have to find out who you are. Okay, so then we go on to page 8. Marikpa me, Marikpa zepa me pane, gashi me, gashi zepa, bardu an medo. Now, this is referring to the 12 nidanas. The nidanas are the stages of construction which are set out, and you see it on the Wheel of Life paintings. According to the tradition, this was first described by the great Nagarjuna, and it shows the way in which our existence comes into being. So firstly, there is ignorance. Ignorance is the dynamic process of ignoring the actuality of our existence, which is inseparable from the development of fabrication. So ignorance is both a not seeing and an inventing simultaneously. It's both disregarding what is there and imagining what is not there. This then leads into the second of these, which is duche, which is associations. So the first ignorance is depicted visually as a blind old woman. She's hobbling along on a cane. It's a woman because the female represents wisdom. She's old because she has a lot of experience, and yet she's blind. So ignorance, or the loss of awareness, is not far from awareness. Ignorance is very, very close to enlightenment. Basic awareness. The problem is, on the basis of ignorance, you start to elaborate, and it's the elaborations arising from ignorance that take you seemingly further and further away from the awakening, which is actually just proximate, just next to ignorance itself. So the second level, duce, is represented by a potter at his wheel, shown like an Indian potter, where they have a huge big wooden wheel and they turn it with a stick, and in the middle they have a mound of clay, and they're, with very wet hands, they're teasing the clay up the outside and forming a cup on the top. And then with a piece of wire they cut the cup off and put it down so that it starts to dry. Now, as long as the hands are on the lump of clay, you have the potential of the mind arising. It's just potential. You form the cup on top of the mound of clay, and the shape onto which you can put an identification cup is still inside the womb of the mother, if you like. It's stuck with the mother mass of clay. But once you take the wire and you cut the cup off, oh, it seems to be self-existing. So this is the function of associations, that it is like a kind of thief. It appropriates what is there. And that then establishes a separate existence. And this then leads into the development of consciousness, which, as we looked yesterday, is the mental clarity that arises from the definition, identification, and manipulation of mental contents as if they were an accurate account of the world. So I can hear the church bells ringing. I am conscious of the church bells. I know what's happening. There's a going, 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 going sound coming into the room. What is that? That is the church bells. So consciousness both identifies the object and reduces the anxiety in me that something's happening and I don't know what it is. So consciousness operates in two directions, clarifying the nature of the object and reassuring the self. So we use consciousness as a means of gaining mastery over the world. Because once this second level, the manufacture of all these clay pots, men, women, dogs, houses, cats, cars, and so on. Now the world is full of pots, different shapes, and with different functions. What does it all mean? You name it, and then you can work with it. And that becomes the way in which consciousness is working. So this consciousness then leads on into name and form. That is to say, with consciousness you can develop more and more elaborate ways of identifying the details of objects. So if you think of your school education, year after year you revisit the same sort of territory, but develop more and more sophisticated ways of describing what is going on. So at first you're just reading stories together. You get a story from history that tells you about the Romans or something like that. And then you start to learn about Roman economics and agriculture and their colonial policies and so on. And so the term Roman starts to have more and more content in it for you. So that's what name and form means, that you get a paralleling between conceptual elaboration, having more signs, more words, more signifiers in your mind, which then allows you a more precise notion of what is being signified outside. And of course that's a never-ending process. There's no end to knowledge. There are millions and millions of books. Now with the internet, in an instant you can bring up huge amounts of information. So clearly there are a lot of people who know things that we don't know and will never know. And these are all developed through this naming and shaping. So what it's really saying is the mind and the world are non-dual. A movement in the mind affects the movement of the world. So if you went for a walk in the fields around here with a botanist, you would be seeing a lot of grass and some flowers, and they would have incredible number of identifications. And they would say, oh, this is a subspecies of the mountain crocus. The main forms of this you find here, and this is the month when it's likely to come out. It likes an alkaline soil, not another kind of something. Fucking hell. It's just a little flower. No, you don't know this flower. So the botanist is able to tell you about the flower, and even to tell the flower what it is. The flower doesn't know anything. So you can see that the world's open in a particular way to knowledge. In some ways, knowledge is a way that brings you into closer and closer relationship to what is there. And yet there's a gap, because you might not quite get it. There's a song from the wonderful Incredible String Band, a Scottish band, that says, in one of the lines it says, You know all the words, but you never quite learnt the tune. And that's the problem with this knowledge. You build up all this knowledge about something, but what is it? You know, what is nature? What is dance? What is cooking? Some people have a natural feel for it, and that's not the same as having a lot of knowledge about it. A good cook doesn't need to know very much, but they can follow their way into it. So this is the kind of elaboration that goes on. Then we have, arising from this, you have the 6 sense organs, in which you have more differentiation of the world and the capacity to make further subdivisions. More detail outside, more detail inside. On the basis of that, you have contact. Contact here means being impacted by something which is there. So, as I was saying, after my operation, I don't have so much contact with the domain of smell. So, contact depends on the functioning of these 6 sense organs. And the world is revealed to us. We see, if you go out for a walk with a dog, the dog is clearly living in another world. They're walking quite slowly, then suddenly they're straining at their lead because they have to go and sniff this tree. We have no idea why they want to sniff the tree. But for them it's obvious. They think we're really stupid. Why are you pulling me back? You have to go there. So you go with the dog, and then you stand, and then they have to decide piss or not piss. It's quite a limited resources. I don't know what will come. If I put all my piss on this tree, maybe a beautiful tree is round the corner. Oh, the life of a dog is not easy. On the basis of that contact, feelings arise. So this feeling, soul-wise, contact and feelings is moved together in terms of the first and second skandha, because in order to have contact we have to come close to some particular thing in the world, and then it has an impact. The feeling tone again is we like, we don't like, or we're indifferent. And that then organizes us in relation to the kind of feelings that we have underneath. This, of course, is linked to the 3 basic nyomo, or afflictions, or the 3 root poisons. So, which are the affective qualities operating. So first is timuk, which is a kind of, it's often translated as stupidity, and it means the mental dullness of resting in assumptions. So, for example, you come out of your home into the street, you're walking down the street, street's very familiar to you. You don't really pay much attention to what's there, because you can operate moving down the street according to your assumptions. It's only when your assumption is contradicted that you have some kind of shock. You think, oh, that's a bit strange. So timuk it has different qualities to it. It also has complacency. Complacency is a kind of seductive sense of the ease of the world. It means I don't need to be troubled by this. It's just life. This is how it is. Life goes on. And in that, there's the mental dullness of not really attending to what is there. Then we have liking something, which leads into wanting more of it, which is the affliction of desire, döcha. Döpa means wanting or longing, and chakpa means to adhere to stick to. So you feel a lack inside yourself. If only I had more of that, I would be fulfilled. That is the missing bit of me, and therefore if I can hold on to it, I will be safer. Then on the other hand, we have anger, aversion, dislike, 邪党, which is an organization of dislike. This close to me equals discomfort. This is unpleasant for me, this is dangerous for me, this is diminishing of me. So desire is adding something to make me bigger, and aversion is getting rid of something that potentially would make me smaller, and that I would have to retract away from. And this pulsation of these three root poisons occurs around this issue of contact and the feeling that's then generated. On the basis of that, if it's a pleasant object, we have craving. And craving can be craving to have more of it or less of it. Then you have sensual enthrallment when you're caught up in it, and it seems to be the truth of your existence. This is what it's all about. Pleasure and the sense of satisfaction. And of course, when you have sensual pleasure, whether it's eating or sex or drinking or dancing, there's a self-forgetfulness. You don't need to work to make sense of the world. So sensual pleasure is a kind of holiday from the burden of having to work out what is going on. And so we abandon ourselves into it, abandon ourselves into music or swimming in the sea. And for an hour or so, it's a mindless pleasure. Nothing to think about. You're just moving in these ways. But of course, it doesn't really transform anything. When the music ends, you're back into trying to work out what's going on. When that sensual pleasure takes a sexual form, you get procreation, so copulation leads to impregnation, the development of the fetus, and birth. And then birth, inevitably, if we're lucky, leads to old age and death. And then the cycle begins again. Because at death, the structures that we've elaborated in this life, through the consciousnesses and so on, starts to dissolve, the five elements dissolve, and mind goes into its most simple form of consciousness, and then that consciousness dissolves into unborn awareness. If we have no meditation practice, unborn awareness exists as an empty blank, like a dark sky. Then there is a light, but we can't identify with the light because we look at the light as an object coming at us, and then we go unconscious again. Then the peaceful deities arise, and if we have no connection with them, they vanish, and we go unconscious. Then the wrathful deities arise, and so on. There are whole sequences that are set out in the Bardo literature. And then you're born again as a dog or a frog. And it goes round and round and round and round. So this is actually very scary. Pardon?
Could you say a couple of words about procreation?
Yes, it's usually quite nice. It means the man has a little thingy thing, and he put it in the girlie's thingy thing. And then it goes ting-a-ling. And then you go, ooh, and squish. Your mama didn't tell you, did she? What is it particularly?
I'm pretty much aware of the physical concept.
Yeah.
What does it mean in this context?
In this context, it's describing the adult male and female having sex, which then creates a hospitable site. So the male energy is seen as a white tickly, a white ball, and the female energy is a red ball. meet together, and then consciousness comes into their conjunction, and through that you have the beginning of the vibration which leads to the development of the fetus, and the white essence goes up into the brain, and the red essence goes down below the heart chakra, and they remain there until you die or you do some yogic practice. So there is the continuation of the presence of the male and female energies. But the consciousness has to enter into that place. And therefore, the consciousness has to have a quality of connection with copulation. So, this is the danger of pornography. If lots of men are wanking about women having sex with pigs, then they may think that there's a healthy conjunction with a pig, and then it would increase your likelihood of being reborn as a pig. That's truly dangerous. So the idea is that in the bardo, at a certain point, you see a couple having sex, and you're drawn towards that. And if you're excited by the penis, it predisposes you to being born with a female body, and if you're excited by the vagina, it predisposes you to being born with a male body. So what it's saying is birth is not an accident. You don't just come out of nowhere, but the potential to be reborn in any realm is evoked by the conjunction of the potential shape and your interest. You know, if you have no connection with it, it won't happen for you. And that's a very interesting idea, because, you know, you go shopping and you see in the big supermarket there's endless kinds of food you would never eat. So you look at these tins or the vegetables, you think, why would anybody eat that? And you put the things you like in your basket. Things that you have no connection with, you don't have any impact, they're just neutral. In the same way, what is hot for you, according to the tradition, depends on the balancing of the 5 poisons in particular. So rebirth in the human realm is usually linked with desire and stupidity. Rebirth in the animal realm is stupidity. In the hungry ghost, it's linked with envy and jealousy. In the hells, it's linked with anger, and so on. So these karmic traits or energetic things bring about a movement or not. Just as tonight, if we go upstairs and there is music, there is some music you can't dance to. You see other people dancing, you think, well, okay, but not me. Because you hear the music and your body's just sitting. Then another tune comes on, woo, up we go, hey! And it's just like that. And this is why I like these Tibetan explanations, because they make sense. Because this is really how our life is. Doors open and close. And we find we have access or we don't have access. And it's not like we come up with some overarching plan or we think it through in a rational way. Something takes our fancy. And we're into that story. A whole new story begins. And so that's what the indication of procreation is there.
But how does the animal get the karma to move back up again, as it were?
Very slowly.
But I mean, how at all?
Yeah.
Well, what mitigating circumstances could there be?
Well, there is the famous text which is translated, the story of the great stupa in Bodhanath, the Jarong Kashor. And once upon a time there was a pig, and the pig was chased by a dog, and it ran around the stupa 3 times. And on the basis of that, it was reborn later. In a very healthy way.
Rare event, isn't it? Must be.
Yeah, well, they say to get a precious human birth is as rare as stars that you see in the daytime. It's as unlikely as throwing a handful of dried peas against a dry wall and one of them sticking. as rare as a great turtle swimming in the ocean, putting its head up once a month, putting it into a yoke, and so on. They have endless examples that say, this is rare and precious, don't blow it. Because look at the insects, look at the birds, bad news. The cow can't say, "O mani padme hungry" once. Not possible. It'll just go moo. Now, if you're in the Japanese Zen tradition, moo is very important. So all cows should be reborn in Japan. Time for tea.
I've got a question.
Oh, a question.
Sorry.
Okay.
Because I don't understand the word consciousness
Okay.
in skandhas and in nidanas. In skandhas, you told us, if I get it right, the consciousness is the fifth skandhas
Yeah.
to elaborate everything and to make it conscious.
Yeah.
And here, the consciousness is the third thing. And after the consciousness is coming, the form is coming.
Yeah. These are just different listings.
Okay.
They have different functions. The 5 skandhas is a description of all the constituent factors of a human being. This is describing the operation of the skandhas in the development of the world. So, if you like, the 5 skandhas are a kind of state definition, and the 12 nidanas are a kind of process definition or description. But it's the same function of apprehending the world through the use of concepts.
But it's not that bad if I don't get this. It's empty, so
It's empty, but what it's meaning is that the fact that we don't know what's going on doesn't mean that everything stops. Weird shit, scary stuff, all this stuff, what is it? So the organizing function of the mind is trying to create order out of disorder. And that's why it's useful to us. So we start to rely on consciousness, on the shaping knowledge of the mind to allocate things to their proper places so that we can predict how life is going to be and therefore how we should be in relation to that. So consciousness is a very reassuring function for the isolated ego. But when the ego depends on consciousness more and more, it starts to think, if I do more of this, I'll be all right. However, the more consciousness develops, the further it gets away from realizing that its ground is emptiness, because it starts to feel that it's substantial. When I was a teenager, unfortunately, and I now regret it deeply, I used to fight with my dad all the time. I would argue about politics, about this, about that, and my mum would get up and walk out of the room and say, I leave it to you two, just go. And part of that was, I was learning lots of things and I thought they were important and I was calling him to account about this and that. And this is a function of consciousness, because he knew a lot more than me. And I was threatened by his knowledge. And so I was trying to stake out my territory. And this is what anxious consciousness does. That's why we have all these wars all over the world. Because to exist as an individual, as an isolated subject, all on your own, is very, very scary. Who am I? How shall I live? What shall I do? And therefore, when you develop all these thoughts, pulling concepts into you and building up this knowledge base, you start to feel that you have some competence in managing yourself in the world with other people. And this elaboration is both reassuring and separating you further and further from your ground awareness. And so The practice of meditation, as we know, involves letting go of reliance on the concept, which means diminishing the amount of life energy or libido invested in consciousness so that we open into awareness. But it looks as if I'm giving up the very thing that keeps me alive. So, for example, if you're learning to ride a bicycle and you're on your little bicycle and one of your parents or a friend is going beside you, at first maybe holding the handlebar and then got a hand on your shoulder and you're kind of wobbling, but they're balancing you and they take their hand off and say, no! Because you've got used to having that to lean on, and because you've had that to lean on, you felt safe. But because you've been leaning on the support, you haven't found your own balance. And you can only find your own balance when you lose the support. But the intermediate thing is quite scary. And that's what we find in the meditation. Releasing the energy of consciousness so that consciousness relaxes into its own ground. Because consciousness is the mind, but it's the mind displaying itself in this limited way, because it's having to deal with a whole mass of finite things, all of which are empty.
So it's correct to say that the skandhas are explaining the idea how this thoughts will be developed and how my consciousness is developed, and the nidanas are explaining a little bit the idea in which direction the development of the consciousness is going,
Yeah.
and what the consciousness is doing for crazy things.
Yeah, it's like they call it the wheel of life.
Okay.
And so life just goes round and round and round. It's called, in Tibet they call it sippa. Sippa means becoming. So it's a wheel of becoming. On the basis of this, that arises. On the basis of this, that arises. And the root thing is ignorance. If you cut the root of ignorance, these 12 nidanas collapse.
Oh, that's good.
Exactly. Time for tea. Okay, so we continue with the text. Then he says, Dishindu, Dungawa Dan, Kunchungwa Dan, Göpa Dan Lame, Yeshime Tupame Matopa An Me Do. So he's saying that emptiness is free of suffering, its cause, its cessation, and the path that leads to the cessation of suffering. So these are the Four Noble Truths, the first foundational statement about the Buddhist idea, that there is suffering. So this is not to say that there is no suffering at all, but that what we take to be suffering becomes suffering because of the way we take it. And on the basis of this, its origin also doesn't exist in itself, but it is a product created by activity. And that activity generates transient forms which create the development of experiences where we suffer. Because of this, there is sensation, and because of this, he elaborated that there is a path which can bring about that cessation. All of this, he's saying, emptiness is untouched by. Now, again, we have to be clear, emptiness is not being established as a metaphysical quality. It's not a thing, a higher order thing, a kind of universal soul or some mystical substance. Though it can sound that way when you read the description. So it's not that we have emptiness and these other things and that they are two categories. these Four Noble Truths are inseparable from emptiness, and the nature of that inseparability is the absence of the truth of the Four Noble Truths. They are constructs. So the Buddha in teaching is employing method. So in the tradition we say the Buddha taught 84,000 different dharmas, 21,000 to deal with stupidity, 21,000 for desire, 21,000 for anger, and 21,000 for all three together. Many different methods. All the teaching is a method. A method is not a truth, it is a function. But we say, oh, there are Four Noble Truths, they are definitely true. If you rely on them, they are true. A screwdriver is not true or false. A screwdriver is useful or not useful. If you have the right screwdriver for the screw that's in the wall, it's very useful. If the head of the screwdriver is too big for the notch that's cut in the screw, then it's useless. Although, in general, it may be a very useful screwdriver. The screwdriver reveals itself through its function of meeting a screw with which it can have some traction. Now, that's the nature of a method. It's not about being true or false. We can say, yes, it's a screwdriver, it's not a hammer. It is true to say this is a screwdriver. It would be a mistake to say it is a hammer, but this doesn't make the screwdriver true. It's just highlighting our reliance on signs to identify objects. So what he's doing here, he's putting into critique the general Buddhist belief that the Four Noble Truths are truths which are true in themselves. They are true for people who are able to comprehend them and who might believe them. Today is Saturday. Is it Saturday for birds? Is it Saturday for cows? We say it's Saturday, and Saturdiness should apply to all living things. But this is not true. So, the Four Noble Truths were a teaching to human beings. 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head, and so on. These are human beings. They have some capacity to understand things. If the Buddha was teaching cows, he wouldn't be teaching the Four Noble Truths. It's a method, it's not a truth. Whatever is said is not intrinsically true, it is conventionally true or contingently true. And if we mix up these categories, we just make a headache for ourselves. So,
but then why they call it Four Noble Truths?
Because it's true for those who should believe in them in order to use them as a method.
Okay. Yeah.
In order to pass your exam, you have to believe that 2 and 2 is 4, but they're not really 4. But if you don't say that they're 4, you won't get through your exam. Oh, so is it true then that therefore, for the purposes of the exam, it's exactly true? It's conventional. Because it gives hope, it gives a kind of clarity. All the Dharma teachings are ways of organizing our experience into patterns which give us more or less confidence, more or less capacity to act on ourselves and our apprehensions of the world. But they're not intrinsically true. This is the deep thing that he's saying. Don't confuse constructs which are situationally useful with things which are absolutely true in themselves. The Four Noble Truths are only useful for people who understand language, not useful for ants, for bees. So then he says, emptiness is free of intrinsic original knowing or intrinsic noetic capacity or wisdom. Yeshe is quite a difficult term to put into English. Ye means from the very beginning, so it indicates primordial, which it's also indicating intrinsic because it hasn't come into being. Having been there from the beginning, from the beginningless beginning, it has never been born. And Shepa means to know, but Yeshe really is a form of illumination. It's not a knowing which is dependent on concepts, but it's more like a direct knowing. So for that reason I call it intrinsic original knowing. And no doubt in the future, in Buddhist translation, many new versions will arise until we come to a term that really does the business. And it's also, emptiness is also free of attainment and non-attainment. So, Yeshe, this original knowing, this is the nature of the mind itself. This is the clarity of the mind revealing how the mind is, and through that revealing how everything is. It's not a thing. It's not something which you can get, but it's more like rhythm. So we hear the sound of the bell, and we could let our bodies rock and sway to the bells. It's quite nice. You get in sync with the bells, you synchronize yourself, you're breathing and the bells and moving, we're dancing. How lovely. And you get carried by the music. So Yeshe is a way of being which you can get in touch with and into the rhythm of. And in that moment there is no separation between your mind and the primordial mind of the Buddha. When you're moving with the music, it's not clear if you're moving because of the music, is the music moving you? It becomes a non-duality. Both are leading each other simultaneously. So Yeshe is the clarity of the mind arising from openness to what is there. There is the Buddha nature for most beings is undisclosed, and yet it's not covered. The undisclosed means the closure has not been removed, and yet nobody's covering it. It's always available. So to open to what is not covered is to go through the cover, and the cover is your own thoughts about what is covered. So what blinds you from yourself is your own thought production, your own interpretations, your memories, hopes and fears and so on. They don't actually act as an obscuration because they are the movement of the mind. So the mind, as it were, is hidden from itself by its own radiance. So if you try to look at the sun, you go blind, but due to the kindness of the sun, we're able to see. The light of the sun illuminates the world, but it will blind you. So that what you have to do is become the sun. So in the Dzogchen tradition, the image of the sun is often used to represent Rigpa, this unborn awareness. And in this context, Yeshe and Rigpa is about the same meaning. The mind is ungraspable, and yet it illuminates. And emptiness has nothing to do with this. And yet Rigpa is inseparable from emptiness. So Yeshe is the clarity of the mind revealed through opening to emptiness, and yet that emptiness is untouched by the clarity. Why? Because all of these listings that we've had where he's been saying emptiness is without this or untouched by this means emptiness is not a noun onto which you put adverbs and adjectives to indicate particular qualities. This is a cup, this is a beautiful cup, this is a cheap cup, this is my mother's cup, and so on. Once you've got cup, you can add all these other storylines onto it. It is this, it is that. Emptiness is not like that. It doesn't stand in relation to anything. So if we go back to the earlier statement, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. And then in particular, form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. He's really emphasizing there, if you want to find emptiness, it's in the form already. It's not some numinous quasi-spiritual substance floating above the phenomenon. If you like, the numinous and the phenomenal are identical. So wherever you have form, you have emptiness. But form is not the limit of emptiness, because emptiness is found everywhere. Therefore, emptiness, in being pervasive, it being the field within which everything is moving, is inseparable from everything which arises, but none of these things can be said to be a permanent feature of emptiness. All manifestation is impermanent, all that remains is emptiness, which is the nature of the mind. So Rigpa is inseparable from awareness. Appearance is inseparable from awareness, but they're inseparable in different ways, because appearances change, but awareness never changes. So the union of Rigtong, of awareness and emptiness, is primordial from the very beginning, and that's what it means by Yeshi. This is just the mind itself. But we hear this tone of the bell ringing through the air. The vibration of sound is very beautiful because it's there and then not there. You can almost hear the emptiness of the sound because it's so present and yet ungraspable at the same time. If you want to hear the bell, you have to give yourself to the bell. Oh, it's very nice. But you don't get anything. You have the experience of sharing space and time with the sound of the bell. The hospitality of your mind allows the bell sound to reveal itself. But that hospitality has no fingers. It can't grasp the sound of the bell. So this is the double move which is always present for us as human beings. Open, non-grasping, or closing and grasping. These are not oppositional, because the movement of closing and grasping is also a content of the ever-open mind. This is the union of samsara and nirvana. It's not that some of these things are really bad and you better stop them, because if you don't stop them, you'll never find the nature of the mind. The most demented, contorted, confused, deluded mental formation is itself the radiance of the mind.
How does it connect to the three aspects? Gobo, lifting, and
Yeah.
Kuji?
Yeah. In the traditional way, it says Ngowo Tompanid. So Ngowo is emptiness. Rangjin Salwa, this radiance or self-display is clarity itself, and Tukje Kunkyab, all-pervading compassion. So it means the mind is completely empty. Rigpa you will never find. You will never find your mind. But the mind is always present because emptiness is everywhere. So Rigpa is not inside, it's not outside. For the purposes of practice, you might imagine it's in your heart, but that's a practice. Rigpa, the ungraspable mind, is itself inseparable from the Dharma Dhatu, the field within which everything is arising. So, I hear the bell is in the church, I have seen the church, it's down the road. James is sitting here, the church has a bell in it, and the vibration is coming through the air into James's ear, and he is registering, I hear the bell. Subject, object, and the connection between them. This is our usual way of operating. But if we relax and open, the bell is ringing in my mind. To say, I'm here, the bell is there, this is already a construct. The less we rely on constructs, we find everything is immediately in the mind as it is, which is the meaning of Dzogchen Chembo. Everything is complete because it hasn't come from here, from there to here, and needs to be improved because it's not quite ready. It just is. So, the mind as nothing, the unborn, shows itself ceaselessly as the arising of phenomena. So what he called earlier, Kewa me pa gagpa me, unborn and unceasing, is exactly what would be said in Dzogchen as Kada and Hlundrup. This is unborn, this is primordially pure, you can't find anything there, and yet Hlundrup, it arises complete and perfect in itself, moment by moment. It's not manufactured or made or constructed, it just is. So, and this is Rangshin Salwa. Rangshin, one way of explaining is Ngowo is like your face, and the Rangshin is like the complexion. So the health of a person's body shines through their face. So the health and richness and variety of the empty mind shines through as the clarity, which is the field of experience we're all in. So we look around the room at the shapes, color, people, this, that. You walk outside, trees, clouds, everything is there immediately. And within this, there are precise moments of interaction. So this is the pervasive nature of compassion, which some people like Namkhai Norbu translate as energy. You could also translate it as participation or movement. It means that the whole field is whole, interconnected. Participation in one area is also participation in everything, because you can't kind of divide it up. And the flow of compassion is ceaseless because the movement that we each make, walking, talking, going to eat, going for a walk in the woods and so on, where are we going? I'm going to go down the path to the end of the street and then down the grassy path into the forest. I start in Kamalashila, I end up in the forest. Where is Kamalashila? Kamalashila is in my mind. Where is the road? In my mind. Where is the path? In my mind. The forest is in my mind. Now, this is very different from thinking my mind is generated by my brain, which is inside this bone box of a skull. And on the basis of that, I have ideas going out and information coming in. It's not the mind as consciousness. The mind as consciousness stands in relation to the object. But Yeshe is kind of between Ngowo and Rangshin, because it's an illuminating quality of clarity, but it's also intrinsic to emptiness itself. So the empty mind shows infinite diversity and also has movement within it. And the movement is just how it is. So for example, you have the sun. The sun sends out rays which illuminate the universe, and it strikes us as heat and light, so that we feel warmed and we can see what's going on. So there's a pervasive illumination, and then there's the precision of the impact. So when we're walking and talking, this is the energy of the mind moving within the mind. So our manifestation is manifesting unborn within the mirror, which is the surface clarity whose depth is empty. So in Tibetan sometimes it's called Zab-ge. Zab means profound or deep, it means like dharma dhatu, and ge means expansive. So you have the whole richness of the manifestation within the depth of unborn emptiness. So this is really what is referring to here. The problem when we come into looking at the different Buddhist schools is that each of them are trying to get market share. And you establish market share by showing that you have a new added ingredient that your rivals don't have. This chocolate is made from this very special rare cocoa plant that was only grown for the king of the Maya. We fortunately have it, and we produce it in these chocolate bars, and for that reason they are 10 euros each, but you will not regret this. Wanking. So Dharma schools also do wanking. They also invent all kinds of stories that this is different. But actually, Kada and Lundrup are in the Heart Sutra. Dharma is indivisible. And this is really, really important, because otherwise we keep thinking, oh, there is some special thing. If only I knew all about Trekche and Tögal. Trekche is Kada, Tögal is Lundrup. What is Kada? Unborn. What is all the study of Tögal is Lundrup. It just comes. And what is that coming? It's Magapa. It's the ceaseless flow of experience. What is experience? It's inseparable from emptiness. It says exactly the same thing. But you have more and more elaboration, because people think about these things and put more and more names. So the problem is, in samsara, nothing is protected from signs. You can put a sign on everything, because this is what commodity capitalism works at. Anything can be owned. Anything can be purchased. Cognitive behavioral therapy, for a very small price, has purchased the whole of Buddhism and is employing it to give people careers and professorships and research studies and all the rest of it. This is turned into a commodity, and Buddhism will be commodified more and more and more into expensive packages. And the same happens, of course, in Dharma. This is a unique and special teaching. You have done the preparations. This is beautiful and wonderful. And of course it cost you. You had to pay so much money. But now we have the highest teaching. Ati pati tati oka. And you must pay a lot. Because it's secret. And why is it secret? Because it's so fucking expensive. So that's a commercialized circuit, isn't it? If you go to Paris and you go into a fancy boutique, you can pay 100,000 euros for a dress. A dress. A lot of money can be spent on clothes. You can pay £20,000 for a handbag. Not a lot. Why? because people have money and they want something special and they use their resources to get it. When Marpa, the translator, went to India, he took gold from Tibet and he gave the gold to the Indians to buy the dharma. They were selling the dharma. Selling the dharma is not a new invention. Of course, it's presented as making offerings to the holy guru, but without the gold, you don't get the teaching. So this is called buying in English. And if you don't have the gold, you don't get it. Commercial activity is a major part of how humans transact business. And if something is rare and precious, which is the meaning of Rinpoche, expensive, then you pay a lot of money. So Rinpoches sit on nice thrones and drive in big cars and wear nice hats and have expensive gold watches because they are very expensive. In English it's called high maintenance. So all of this feeds into a system of market share and setting out differentiated initiations and this and that, and if you get this initiation then that will happen and so on. But the Heart Sutra is available everywhere. It's very cheap and it shows the real truth of everything. That's what's very important.
But isn't it also because when you are drawn to the path, the name, you don't take it as lux? I mean, it's like it's not only for, it's keeping you up because to maintain the unborn nature is quite, I mean, because of the habitual tendencies, it's quite difficult to maintain it, and so therefore you keep on, and if it's not precious and you don't treat it with the respect that is needed. So I feel it's more than just the marketing thing, it's also to keep you on track. In a sense. I mean,
Every day I wear my shoes. I wouldn't call them precious, but I'm very, very grateful to them.
yeah,
You can make use of things without idealizing and projecting a fantasy. The question should be, why don't I do the practice? That's the most important question. Yeah. I wear my shoes, I clean my teeth, I wipe my bum. I'm able to do these things on a regular basis, but maybe I don't do the practice. So that's a really interesting question. And making it a Gucci dharma, will that make me do it more? Not necessarily.
if you have to do another before you it's the intention that you kind of get used to practice on a regular basis in order to get the main, which is already included in the Nandu and in the Heart Sutra, which you've already heard before.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a self-sustaining system that keeps you doing the practice.
It's a self-sustaining system is self-sustaining. It may be useful and it may not be useful, but once systems are set up which are self-sustaining, they take on a life of their own. And it may be helpful and may not. The key point is go to the central point. And if you get the central point, the rest is not necessary. There's the famous story of Machik Labdran. She was working at the time as a reciter exactly of the Prajnaparamita literature. She used to go to people's houses and read it. And the Lama came to give an initiation, and the monk said, oh, we shouldn't have a woman in, but the Lama said, okay, no, let her, she can sit at the back. And halfway through the initiation, she got up and went out, and at the end of the initiation, the monks came out, and Machik Labdran's sitting up in a tree. They said, look at this stupid woman. And, see, Lama, we told you, you shouldn't give the initiation to her. She said, oh, she's the only one who got the initiation. You were sitting in the room, but you got nothing. Well, it's like that. Cause and effect is very complicated. If you do this, you will get that. Maybe, maybe not. The main thing is to recognize your mind, and this goes back to the relation between technique and actuality. And Dzogchen doesn't, in its heart, do much technique. It goes straight to the actuality, but you get the evolution of techniques, and techniques are then organized hierarchically hierarchically, with different validations and so on. And at the end of it, most of us think, I'll never do these practices. I'll die before it's done. And they give up. So this is slightly problematic. But if we return to the central point, when it says that this awareness or the natural clarity of the mind, the yeshe, is not something which is in emptiness. Emptiness is free of it. It means that, again, this quality, a beautiful quality, a quality which is described as from the very beginning, it has always been there. So where has it been? Of course it's been inseparable from emptiness, but in no way does it define emptiness. Because emptiness is the ground of samsara and nirvana. Samsara wouldn't arise if everybody was in touch with yeshe. Emptiness gives rise to heaven and hell, good and bad. Everything is empty. So yeshe is something which arises due to the practice. Then it says, it is without gain or success, and it's without the absence of gain and success, so free of non-attainment. Attainment here means awakening to your own Buddha nature, becoming enlightened, or not becoming enlightened. So whether you do the practice or you don't do the practice, this has no influence on emptiness at all. Emptiness, you could say in this sense, is a bit like a catalyst. It's always present, it allows things to happen, but it's not interfered with by the processes that it's promoting. Now if we say, well, there's no gain, there's no loss, why should we bother? What would be the point of doing this? The point is we have to do something in life. You could lie and cheat and steal, you could sell children for money, or you could do some dharma practice. If you do dharma practice, it will develop certain qualities and a certain way of life. If you turn into a criminal, you'll have another kind of life. Both will be empty. You don't get more emptiness by being a good person. From the very beginning, everything is empty, and it's not a commodity. You can't buy it, you can't lose it, you can't sell it, you can't steal it. Everything is empty, whether we call it good or bad, right or wrong, holy or profane. This is what it means by no gain and also no non-gaining. That however your life is, it will already be empty. Nothing you can do, becoming a good person or a bad person, will ever bring you to a point where you have a substantial, reliable, predictable entity. Because all forms arise due to dependent co-origination.
Can the Buddha go to hell?
Let's hope so. He goes to visit the poor people who are there. You mean, could he fall into hell? Generally speaking, no. Because the basis for falling into hell would be ignorance. And if you have clarity of the ground, you don't have the basis for the development of ignorance. Because you can't be in touch with something and not in touch with it at the same time. So when there's awareness, there's not non-awareness. If it's the daytime, it's not the nighttime. These are oppositional categories. So with the dawn, the darkness of ignorance vanishes. And it doesn't come back again, because now you're in the light. But according to the Bodhisattva Bhumi system, until you get to the end of the seventh Bhumi, the seventh level, you can still go back. Then you move into the irreversible ones, which equate to the third of the 5 ways. So Tibetans have many, and Mahayana Buddhists in India developed these many ways of a sort of checklist of, now you're safe. Your dinghy got across from Turkey into Greece. But if you have the wrong passport, they can send you back now. So you're not safe yet. Of course, from the point of view of emptiness in Dzogchen, these questions are irrelevant. Dzogchen is very different, because Dzogchen says, if you go to hell, go to hell. If you go to heaven, go to heaven. The main thing is, if you are present in your awareness, it doesn't matter what is arising, because exactly awareness is inseparable from emptiness, and emptiness is free of everything. That's why it is Vajra. Vajra is indestructible because nothing touches it. So if you're healthy, if you're unhealthy, if you're happy, if you're unhappy, if you have a lot of loving kindness in your life, or if you're lonely and sad, these things are patterns of experience, but they don't in any way give you more or less emptiness. That's the basic point. Emptiness is the primordial ground of everything. It comes first, it's the most important, it's the king. So the Kunche Jalpo, famous fundamental Dzogchen text, is pointing to the inseparability of awareness and emptiness. This is the king. This is the ruler of everything. And that king never comes off the throne, or that queen never comes off the throne. It's always at the center. Everything else is moving around. So, of course, on an ordinary relative level, we are thinking, well, I want to gain something. I'm going to make effort. I'm going to do my prostrations, or whatever it would be. Because I don't like being here. I want to go from here to there. Heart Sutra is saying, careful. Who is going from here to there? Do you think you get more emptiness in the next valley? Maybe the cattle are better and you get more cream from the milk, but you don't get more emptiness. Emptiness is everywhere the same. One taste. The taste of emptiness. So what do you want more of? Oh, I want more qualities, I want more power. Why? What is your motive? I want to help all beings. This is the claim of every beauty queen. Miss Texas. Oh, I never thought I would be here, but I'm so happy because now I can help the children. This is called the Bodhisattva of the boobies. So, the key point, of course, is what is the organizing function of our manifestation? What are we up to? If there is, what they're saying is, if gain and loss makes no fundamental difference to the fundament, the most important thing is to find the fundamental. And the path of gain and loss, although it may appear good, can lead us astray. There's the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because you start off with some idealistic hope to help other beings, and then you can set up some self-serving system in which you get more status or power or access to sex or whatever it would be. So, before action, we have to have real clarity, which is why we have the view, then the meditation, then the activity. So, if you're going to help other beings, unless this movement is really arising from emptiness, if it's the natural display of the mind, the Klunru, the Rangshin and Tukche together, which parallels Zuku, the integration of Sambhogakaya and Yamanakaya, unless you have that, it's easy to get lost. Easy to get lost. As we know, all of us have made aspirations and ideas, we're going to do so much practice, and we're going to do this or that, and then we don't actually sit and do the practice. But then we do finally manage to sit to do the practice, but we're distracted. So the actual amount of time that you spend looking, how is my mind, where is my mind, does it have color, and so on, is not very much. And yet we say, oh, this is the most important thing in my life. But of course, if you have a very precious diamond, you keep it in a bank vault. You have the most holy dharma, you keep it in a little notebook on the shelf. It's very correct. So, this is quite challenging, really, what the Avalokiteshvara is telling us. Then he says, he's coming to the end now of his statement, Sharibu, Detawena Chanchu Sembanam Tupa Mepa Chia, Sheraki Parotu Chimpe, La Tenshin Nete, Sem La Dripa Mepa, Trap Mede, Chinchilo Le Shintu Dene, Nyangane de Tarchindo. So, because of all that's been said, Shariputra, because there is nothing to be gained, Bodhisattvas rely on transcendental wise discerning, and dwelling with minds free of obscuration, or without fear, having passed completely from the domain of deception, they attain the full release of nirvana. Because there is nothing to be gained. In fact, of course, there is a lot to be lost, but there's nothing to be gained. What we can lose is the exhaustion and the stress and the confusion of the lonely position that it's all up to me. And as long as we think there is something to be gained, we have to again and again mobilize our energy to sit on the mat and do the practice and make the dzogchen and do everything the right way. Gaining and losing go together. These are two of the 8 worldly dharmas. Nothing to be gained means always already you have what is required. The mind itself is always present. The infinite ground of emptiness is always present. It is you. Form is emptiness. You are empty. Therefore, the dropping of illusion is the path. How do you drop the illusion? By not clinging to it. How do you not cling to illusion? You relax into the natural openness of the mind. This is the link between the Heart Sutra and Dzogchen. Nothing is to be gained, for what you need is already here. In a sense, nothing is to be lost, because you don't need to change your outer life, you don't need to become a monk or a nun, you don't need to spend a lot of time in retreat and so on. The thing to be dissolved is the thing which doesn't exist, which is the glue which binds your individual sense of self to all the different things that are in the world. So what we have to drop is attachment. But what is attachment? It's not a thing. It's a turn, it's a twist. It's like a whirlpool, like a little tornado blowing across an open desert. When the mind is calm, the wind stops blowing. When all the prana comes into the central channel, there's no more grasping, it's empty. The blowing wind, which is ungraspable, creates the illusion that there are 2 aspects. There is a grasper and a graspable object. And this continues as an energetic play. So, bodhisattvas, in realizing there is nothing to be gained, stop the effort of striving because of that, their minds become tranquil. As he says, they rely on this perception of emptiness and dwell with minds free of obscuration, because the obscuration is the turbulent energy of the mind. If you go to the beach and there's been a big storm, the sand is kicked up from the beach into the water, and the water is very, very cloudy. You go back the next day, the storm is over, the sand starts to gradually sink down to the bottom, and the sea is clear again. What has been cleared? The sand from the sea. Was the sand in the sea? Yes and no. Because each grain of sand was being held in a kind of semi-colloidal suspension in the sea due to the nature of the turbulence, but the sand doesn't get wet in itself. The water is on the outside of it because it's sand grains. They don't absorb, if it's little crystally grains of stone, they're not absorbing the water. So the sand is in the sea and not in the sea. The obscuration is in your mind and not in your mind, because your mind is the mirror, always free, even when the reflection is in it. So this is what he's referring to here. Mind free of obscuration doesn't mean you don't have thoughts, you don't have strange desires and turbulences, but they are no longer identified as being you, and they are no longer obscuring you from your ground, because you are the ground observing. This is the whole thing, that the ego, in its isolation, looks at stuff across a distance. The ego is perspectival, and this distance is painful for the ego, and so its longing is always to merge in an object. And that's what happens in the meditation. You merge into the thought and you merge into the feeling until you're separated out from it again. So we go separation, merging, separation, merging. This is not the state of the mirror. The mirror is always clear. Confused states arise, clear states arise, the various nyam, meditation experiences and so on arise and pass. And they didn't contaminate, they didn't leave any permanent stain, but while they were there, it is as if that was what your mind was. So the turbulence of the waves crashing on the sandy shore brings up the sand, and now the water is full of sand, and so is obscured. It lacks clarity. You can't see through it. It's opaque. And in that opacity, you don't know if there's any rocks underneath. You want to dive in, but that could be dangerous. You don't know what's there. You can't see. And this is our life in samsara. We're never quite sure what is going on. The mind is calm, the sand goes out. But the dropping of the sand hasn't improved the water. Water doesn't mind if it's got sand in it or not. The sand doesn't harm the water. The reflection doesn't harm or diminish the mirror. The Vajra mind, awareness itself, Rigpa, is kata, pure from the very beginning and untouched by anything which arises. So this is why then these bodhisattvas are without fear. We are often full of fear. We can be afraid of getting old, free of getting sick, free of being unloved, free of not gaining enlightenment, free of losing our job, and so on. Because we think, if I don't get what I want, I'll be unhappy. If I lose what I like, I'll be unhappy. Which is exactly what Buddha Shakyamuni taught. Two main bases for suffering: not getting what you want and getting what you don't want. So this is how our fears operate, because getting what I want will complete me, not getting what I want will diminish me. I am something which increases and decreases. I have gain and loss, increase and decline. But emptiness has no increase and no decline. It is always the same. So the mind merged in emptiness, the natural clarity of awareness, is free of strong reactivity to what arises, and so is without fear. And with that, the bodhisattva passes completely from the domain of deception. Deception means we take illusion to be real, and therefore we're deluded. When you see a rainbow in the sky, you see something which has no substance. When you know it's a rainbow, then there is appearance and emptiness. A mirage on the road doesn't indicate that there's water. It indicates a mirage is arising due to the heat shimmering the air. The mirage is an illusion. If you believe that the illusion was real, it becomes a delusion. And in a delusion, you don't know that you're deluded. If you see an illusion and you know it's an illusion, you wake up. But if you collapse it into a delusion, you get confused forever, because it becomes a self-perpetuating system. So that's what happens for the bodhisattva. In staying open to emptiness, they attain full release of nirvana. That is to say, they attain the peace of non-disturbance, because whatever arises in the complex patterning of subject and object is no longer a form which will create a fundamental shift. As long as we are identified in our ego, because the ego has no true self-existing basis, its fundament, its ground is always wobbleable. We are upset very easily. Things happen and we start to cry, we feel angry, we can lose our cool, we lose our mood, we get in a state where we don't know why we're doing what we do. We all know what this is like. This is when we are resting on the false ground of ego identity, which is a ground put together or constructed out of formations of thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. But that ground is the display of the natural ground. So in Dzogchen you say there is one ground and two paths. The natural ground of emptiness shows the path of clarity, of awakening, of what's called neluk, how things actually are, and it also shows the path of delusion, truluk, of the phantasmagoria, the grand guignol, the macabre constructions of samsara, in which we feel horror and despair and unhappiness and joy on the basis of a false ground. So that false ground is grounded in the true ground. It's not as if there are two. This is the non-duality. All the limitations of samsara are inseparable from the infinity of the ground openness of the mind. So you don't need to go somewhere else. You have a mind. Your mind is now. You sit in the meditation and you're full of confusion or dullness or sleepiness. This is the mind itself. But surely this boring sequence of thoughts can't be the radiance of the Buddha mind. It is. This is how the Buddha mind is showing itself today. Sometimes it looks very shiny, sometimes it looks very dull. What would be the point of practice just to spend more time sitting with a dull, stupid mind? Who says it's a dull, stupid mind? I do. I don't want a dull, stupid mind. I would be better off getting up, going into the village, going into the pub and having a couple of beers. It's Saturday afternoon, there'll be football on the television. I would get real gain. Now this text is saying there is no gain. But I know a couple of beers, some peanuts and football, great. You can have peanuts. But beer is available in the Buddha nature. Everything is empty. The problem is we enter into judgment about our own mind. We have a template. We know who the Buddha is. And this is not the Buddha, because the Buddha doesn't fit our idea of the Buddha. And this is why understanding that the teachings are method. So, for example, we might learn the Dzogchen Mondam, the prayer for being reborn in the Buddha paradise of Dzogchen. This paradise was generated by the initial bodhisattva vow of the bodhisattva who became Amitabha. And he said, samsara is big, there are many sufferings, there are many distractions. I will work to become enlightened, and on the basis of my effort, I will create a Buddha paradise where anyone who is born there will have a very easy awakening. And the only entry ticket you need into my paradise is to say my name once. Those who have faith in me will automatically be reborn in Dzogchen. And when they are born in Dzogchen, if they have some virtue, they will be born in a lotus blossom which will open. If they don't have so much virtue, the blossom will stay closed for a while, and then it will open. When it opens, they will hear sweet music, beautiful smells fill the air. There is dancing, singing, wonderful plants in all directions. This is the world of the enlightened. Then you sit in meditation and you think, hang on a minute, this is like some Duff holiday thing that describes the hotel is 2 minutes walk from the beach, up a cliff. We was robbed. It's not what it says on the tin. How can it be that all of this stuff is the radiance of the mind? Okay, if it's not the radiance of the mind, where does it come from? It comes from my karma, because I've done bad things in the past. So then you have an entry into sequential time and space. On the basis of causes in the past, these patterns manifest now, and so action follows action like a wheel turning. The track of the wheel is embedded in the mud and the wheel keeps turning. And this is the karmic trace that we live with. This is a view, this is a method, this is an interpretation. It's one way of viewing the world. It is not the non-dual view of Dzogchen. Each of the 9 yanas has its own view. If you mix them up, you will be very unhappy. Again and again, my teacher would say, don't mix your food with your shit. Don't mix your ideas into the Buddha doctrine. And in the book that we produced of some of the writings of Siya Lama, in the first 2 chapters, which deal with the Nyingmapa view, he says on several occasions, this is not generated by the human mind. This is not generated by the human mind. And this is why Tibetans have a very strong alliance with lineage. With large pujas, we recite the lineage prayer. For the lineage prayer for the lineage of refuge and bodhisattva, you are reciting the names of maybe 100, more than 100 people, all the way back to Aryadeva and so on. Because in the beginning was the Buddha, or in the beginning was Kunduzangpo, or in the beginning was Dorji Chang. That is to say, these instructions come from the Buddha. They're not cobbled together by the human imagination. It's not some public relations department with bright young things sitting together to plan a campaign. It's not invention. It is description of how it is. So this is why we have faith in it. So when we then say, but as a human being, when I review the text, I find that there are certain contradictions. And I would like to point these out. And so our mind goes on and on and on, and we get more and more separated from the Dharma because we're mediating the Dharma through the prism of our own mind. And this brings us back to the three-pot faults. When we're studying the Dharma, you can be like an upturned pot so that nothing goes into it. You can be like a pot with a hole in it so that you learn something but then it drains away and you forget. But the third pot fault is the real dangerous one. If the pot has some old food in it, if you put new food into the pot, the old food will corrupt the new food. So this is when we mix our education from school or university or sociology or psychology or materialist notions of neurophysiology and so on. We take all these ideas or a bit of nuclear physics and we think in terms of this is this or that. And that comparing and contrasting is very dangerous because what it does is it relativizes this very precise illumination of absolute truth. Here Avalokiteshvara is saying, this is how it is. This is how it is. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Oh. You then become sitting on top of Avalokiteshvara's head. This is difficult because on top of Avalokiteshvara's head, Amitabha Buddha is sitting there. That's his seat. If you look at the painting, so you're squatting where Amitabha would be and he'll come back. So we humble and we think, probably the text is right. If I disagree, probably I'm wrong. I will give the text the benefit of the doubt. And we go back to it again and again. And on the basis of the clarity of the text, we allow our doubts, our constructed thoughts to dissolve. But once you make yourself the editor of the Buddha's speech, and you think you can improve it by adding a bit of modern thought, you get in very difficult territory. So this is what he's highlighting here. The full release into nirvana comes from trusting emptiness itself. It's not a work of production, it's a work of letting go of the false productions which have arisen because of not seeing the actual ground. So, in the Nyingma system, for example, in the text Sangalamrim from Padmasambhava, they describe 3 stages of ignorance. The first stage of ignorance is called co-emergent or spontaneous ignorance, Klenchichepi Maripa. And it means that within the openness of the mind, a thought form arises and for some reason it has a particular spin on it. So it's a bit unsettling. and there's a momentary kind of wobble. Oh, you lose your balance, so you lean out to rest on something. What you rest on is a thought. So what you have is a radiance of the mind resting on another radiance of the mind. This is just movement within the spaciousness of the mind. These movements are going to vanish very quickly. But in that vibration, you have the naissance, the first subtle formation of subject and object. What's happened? Oh! And the reliance on the other separates the self. So now you have the beginning of the split of self and other. This feeds into the second stage of ignorance, which is the ignorance of elaboration on the basis of signs, kuntutakpe maripa, which means that you start naming everything, just as we looked earlier. I put more names out there on the things, and this brings a parallel richness or diversity in myself, or fragmentation in myself. I now have more memories, more thoughts, more feelings, more hopes, more fears, as the world offers more and more things. So this process of elaboration continues, all of which is constructed out of the radiance of the mind. But it's the radiance of the mind interpreted according to a schema which is arising from the radiance of the mind. This is the radiance deluding itself. This gives rise then to the third aspect of ignorance, or the third level of ignorance, which is lejundre lanyompe marikpa, the ignorance of being dull or blocked or not understanding the nature of karma. Because once you are a subject in a world of objects and other subjects, everything you do is generating a charge, because everything we do comes from an intention to help people or to harm them. Then we mobilize our activity to bring that intention into being, and then we have some conclusion about it. And so we have the four aspects of karma. The ground, which is the belief that self and other are truly real. The intention, which is to gain advantage and avoid disadvantage. The action, which comes from contact in a real situation where you enact your intention. And then the conclusion, where you say, I'm glad this happened, or this is a good outcome. And when you don't realize that this is massaging energetic vibration into everything you meet, the world becomes further diversified. So it's not just that there are many different things, but they're starting to be redolent with projected meaning and significance, so that this is really important and that's not important. And so the whole topology of your lived existence, external and internal, gets many peaks and valleys. You're like the Himalayas, and things are shiny or not shiny, and so you move this way and that way, and it's very difficult to move in a straight line, because you're always, oh, but what about that? Gain and loss, and you don't see what you're doing. By entering into this, I am making the prison which I'm struggling to get out of. And the Buddha says very clearly in the early teachings, all beings want to be happy, but everywhere they perform the actions which bring only suffering. And this is what comes when we don't understand karma. But all of this is grounded in the root of not recognizing the ground. So the thought, it's a thought. And then it's gone. So in the tantric visualization, through a symbolic method, you dissolve these three levels of ignorance. And in the Dzogchen, by relaxing and opening and staying present, we see again and again thought forms, memories, plans arising, saying, trust me, believe in me, rely on me, I'm the one, I'm what you want. and we sit on our hands. And we don't move. And they go. And they go. And gradually we get the confidence these things don't matter. Relaxation, openness brings deep contentment. This is the natural dewa or happiness of the mind itself, the natural clarity. And so the content of the mind is there, just like performers on the stage, but we're not on the stage with them. And so the ego formation relaxes and dissolves and is reborn as pervasive compassion, which arises into situations and then vanishes. You do something and then you let go of it. You do something and you let go of it. And so there is no accumulation, no building up of a composite sense of self or a composite sense of other. And that's liberation. And this is what he's saying the great bodhisattvas have, because they open their minds to the empty ground of their mind, and so the mind is freed of the burden of having to make sense of what's going on, because everything is just naturally clear as the flow of experience of the mind itself. Once you see that the reflection is a reflection, that everything in the mirror is a reflection, you don't have to work out what it is. It's a reflection. That's of course expressed as a concept, but here it's direct. It's coming and going. So, this is the main part. We come now moving towards the concluding part, which we'll do in the afternoon. The meaning of this is very profound. If you're interested, and I hope you're interested, you should read it again and again, and while we're here, see if you have any questions about the text. Take what the text describes and try to apply it to your own life, thinking about interpersonal relations, or what happens when you sleep, or what might happen when you die. The text contains a lot of illumination to all the different aspects of our existence, but it will only reveal its truth if you massage it into yourself. This is a very, very highest quality of skin cream. So absorb it, and you will become younger. Ooh la la. Huh? Okay, time for lunch. Okay, so if we begin just with a little sitting, and we do it just relaxing the out breath, because it's very useful to practice the simplest, easiest way into relaxation. You can do it on the bus, in a gap at work, when you're with other people, sitting in a cafe, even just for a few minutes, just relax and open, life goes on. And then you feel life is going on within the space of the mind, rather than you as the individual in relation to it. So we continue with the text. We're at the bottom of page 9. Sundu namba jube sanje tamche kya shera ki paro tu chimba latene dana me pa yanda bara zube jantu bara zu para sangye so. He says all Buddhas abiding in the three times, Means all the Buddhas that will ever occur, the Buddhas of the past, the Buddhas of the present, the Buddhas of the future, also rely on this transcendental wise discerning, and thus with unexcelled perfect awakening are completely enlightened Buddhas. So this is the one path that all the Buddhas find. There is no other way to be enlightened except to awaken through emptiness, because ignorance is the forgetfulness of emptiness. So when you awaken to what you have been forgetful of, then that is awakening. Now, of course, when we look at the descriptions of the different kinds of Buddha, they show different forms, they say different things. There are different kinds of sutras collected from Buddhas in the past, like the Buddha before Shakyamuni was Dipankara. There are some sutras from his time. One is translated in the book about the butter lamp prayer. So the Buddhas had different styles of speaking according to the kind of people they were encountering. But all of that richness of the Buddha's activity, all the Dharma teaching, arises from the quality of awareness grounded in emptiness. So when we read, Milarepa says, if you recognize your mind in the morning, you're a Buddha in the morning. If you recognize your mind in the evening, you're a Buddha in the evening. By mind, it's not in the least different from emptiness, because mind and emptiness are the same thing, which is not a thing. Then he continues, Wena shira ki parotu chimbe, nga ripa chimbo nga lana mepe nga minyambe dan yambara jepe nga dunya chimbe rabu shiva jepe nga mi jimbe nga dembara shepa jate. Due to this being so, because this is the basis of the enlightenment of all these great beings, the mantra of transcendental wise discerning, the mantra of great awareness, the unsurpassed mantra arises from this. Now, the mantra is a condensation. The word mantra means mind protection, and it protects the mind by giving it a focus which goes deep into emptiness and expansively into connection with all things, gathering the whole world into the mandala of emptiness. This is the mantra which balances the unbalanced. This is the mantra which completely purifies all suffering. This is not deception, so you can come to know that it is true. Balancing the unbalanced. Nyamba means balance and evenness. If you have old-fashioned scales, like in an old shop, you have an arm at the top and it's turning on a fulcrum point. And if you put equal weights in the two trays, it balances itself. So here what is to be balanced is form and emptiness, sound and emptiness, dreams and emptiness, motor cars and emptiness. At the moment, on our scales, all the weight is on the thing as we take it to be, the substance. That seems strong and real and heavy. And emptiness is a kind of idea. But the more we study and relax into the practice, it starts to balance, because as you see that the car is empty, the apple is empty, the carrot is empty, everything becomes balanced and equal. All forms are equal in emptiness, and therefore all the particularization towards which we direct affect, emotion, value, this is pattern creation, the movement of the mind. It's not intrinsic. There is nothing in this world or in any world which is better than anything else in itself. Because the intrinsic value of everything is emptiness. The extrinsic value is whatever you want it to be. So if you really like cars, you might save up all your money and buy a Maserati or a Ferrari. You could spend 100,000 euros on a car. Some people do that because for them a car is the most important thing in their life. Somebody might buy a season ticket for a seat in a football stadium, and they get a very best seat and they pay a lot of money for it. Some people make sure they have a bottle of whiskey to drink every day. According to your construct, you make some things important and other things important. That meaning is extrinsic to the object. Because you like motor cars, you say, this is a wonderful car. For the person who doesn't like cars, they say, a waste of money. Oh, you don't understand, look at the engine. I don't want to look at the engine. I'm not interested in engines, it's just a car. I can't put the value into this car that you can. And therefore, this car doesn't have the significance for me that it does for you. Maybe next life you'll understand cars. In this way, we hang on to the idea, no, the car really, really is important. But it's not. The value is extrinsic. It is external, projected in. We cut the world up and make this high and make this low. This is like a game. This is theater. This is illusion. Because actually everything is nyampanyi, completely equal, completely even. And this is why in various texts and all the different levels of teaching, they talk about equality. So we have the 4 Brahma Viharas, the 4 fundamental orientations. May all sentient beings be happy and have the root of happiness. May all beings be free of sorrow and the root of sorrow. May all beings have happiness which is not mixed with sorrow. And may all beings abide in the great equanimity which is free from bias towards privileging friends and attacking enemies. Imagine what that would be like, to be without prejudice, to give equal value in all directions. How easy life would be, because it removes choices. You don't then rest in the mental activity of saying, oh, that's a very nice person, that's not such a nice person. You wouldn't need to maintain memory stories because you'd just be equally open to whoever you meet. And so, without building up huge stories and histories and orientations, your energy would be available wherever you are. So this is what balancing the unbalanced means. And it's a mantra which completely pacifies all suffering. Suffering arises from prejudice. We've gone over this many times now. When we take something to be important, we worry that it's going to be harmed in some way, whether it's a child or a lover or precious jewels. As soon as you invest something with importance, you put part of yourself into it. So that means that the boundary that you have to protect has gone from your skin bag to be a much wider situation. So your small child goes off to school, and in the course of the morning you wonder, how are they doing? I hope they're okay. I hope they're happy. your mind sort of stretches out and you get extended and distended. This is what particularization does. So, the great protection is to be centered in oneself, which means to be centered in emptiness and in space. This is not a forgetfulness of other people, because all beings are in space, but it means we remain peaceful because however it is will be how it is, and we will work with how it is. It's just like that. Children come home from play school and they're upset because their friend doesn't speak to them anymore. They're crying. That's normal. People get sick. That's normal. Parents die. That's normal. We move towards death. That's normal. When we have hopes and fears, we try to manipulate things so that they turn out the way we want them to be. But they don't turn out the way we want them to be. So there's a huge amount of mental effort going into constructing plans which can't be operated, because you can only actually act in the here and now on what is here. So you got to wait till the here and now arrives, and then here you are with it. But if you're stuck in your plan, when the here and now arrives, you're there and then. And then you get an imbalance. So this is the real protection. Settling into yourself, you're not dispersed in hopes and fears, dreams and so on. And this gives you the greatest participatory presence in the ever-shifting world of events. And you've stayed light and flexible, so you also can meet the world as it is in the best possible way. And it says, this is not lying, this is not deceitful, and so you can know that it's true. That is to say, you don't have to believe that it's true, but if you participate, if you apply it, if you enter into it, you will find that it is true. It's not something you have to believe in, but the attention to the Heart Sutra and the recitation of the mantra brings us into a state where it becomes obvious. Oh, this is true. So then it says, Shera Kuparo tu chinbe nga mepa. So now we should recite this mantra. Tadiyata gatte gatte para samgatte bodhiye soha. Tadiyata is like an introductory phrase. It's like this, so this is how it is. Then gone, gone, gone beyond, completely gone. So completely gone without any residue, completely gone without any return. This is Bodhi Swaha. So what is gone? Gone is the clinging to the false notion that we and the world are composed as things, that we are separate entities, that we are individuals living in our own bubble. Relaxing and opening, we see everything arises in dependent origination. The forms of dependent origination are infinite in their patterning, a rich, never-ending multiplicity of unimaginable forms, and yet united in the emptiness of their nature. So we go beyond the burden of differentiation and a return to the awakening, to being part of the seamless, moving, shimmering surface of emptiness. So wherever we go, at whatever time, we are in the field of experience. There is nothing but experience. When you tell a story about something, you're recreating a particular kind of experience. Experience is not all the same, so a story about a story about a story is an experience that gets a bit thinner, a bit drier. If you're actually there in the moment, it's more vibrant, but they have the same nature, just both empty. So, this is the great mantra to recite. So we can recite it together. Tadyata gate gate para samgate bodhi soha. Tadyanta gate para samgate bodhi soha. Tadyanta gate para samgate bodhi soha. This can be recited again and again many times. Primarily, this is a mantra which is functioning on the level of sound. It's not so much linked with the visualization. Maybe sometime you can do the practice of Prajnaparamita as the goddess. But if you don't know any mantras, this is a good mantra to learn, and you can recite it quietly or under your breath if you're out in a public place. If you have to go into a meeting, if you feel anxious, if you feel troubled, if you have a hospital appointment, whatever it is like this. It is like this. Gone, gone. Means, what will I cling to? What will I cling to? Nothing to cling to. It's this. It's this. And this will then change. It's this. It's this. So it's a mantra for opening to our availability to respond to whatever happens, with that response being changing in relation to what is arising, on and on and on and on. No gain. Nothing is ever arrived at. No final point. Just this, just this, just this. So nothing is over-invested, but also nothing is avoided. It's just this. This is very helpful.
You would recite it in Tibetan language.
Well, the mantra is in Sanskrit.
Sanskrit.
So it's useful to recite it in that. I mean, because mantras are
because it's nearer at the origin when you.
It's nearer the origin, and according to the description, it's the sound value which also has an energetic impact. Then it continues. Sharibu chanchu semba semba chimbo ditar sheram ki parotu chimba sammo la parchao. So then Avalokiteshvara says, Shariputra, in this way a bodhisattva mahasattva should train in profound transcendental wise discerning. So this is what has to be done. This is the way of proceeding. To again and again see that when your mind goes to grasp something, some outer form, some mental formation, nothing is graspable. Means relax, relax. It is already given. The thought is already in your mind. The sensation is already in your body. The moon is already rising in the sky. You hear the birds singing. It is here. So you already got it. That's what it is. When you grasp it, you add something to it which hides what it is. So release the grasping, and then we find what is given is enough. And this is the root of the great satisfaction. The reason we are not satisfied, the reason we are hungry, is because we don't know how to receive. Because the pot of the ego is very small, and the pot of awareness is very big. So if we relax into awareness, we get everything all the time. We get the sunshine, the rain, the screeching car, the beautiful bird flying across the sky, everything. It's here and gone, here and gone. And there's nothing to be added to it because you can't catch it and add to it. As soon as you turn the fleeting moment into a noun and you make the noun as this sign, the representative of a thing, you seem to be able to add to it and manipulate it and change it. But it's already gone. What you're doing is working with ghosts, with echoes. You can spend a lot of time in these ghost realms. But the actual moment is gone. So if you want to get the most out of life, just receive. Just receive. This is the infinite blessing of letting life happen. Rather than working out what to do, let the world show you. You're part of the world arises, and you find yourself doing this or doing that. Planning is very often a huge mistake. Certain things have to be planned for, but a great deal of the time, economic planning doesn't work out at all. Because something can happen now with integrated economies on another side of the world, and it just knocks the bottom out of it. So, responding into the moment requires you to be in the moment. You can be ahead or you can be behind. But to get in the moment, on the moment, that's the central point. So, in the general meditation instruction is always, don't wait expectantly for the next moment, like a cat waiting outside the hole of a mouse. Don't go after past thoughts, chasing them. Stay present as the world arises. There is very little to be gained from thinking about the past. The ending of psychotherapy. But the past is gone. It's completely gone. And of course the interesting thing in therapy is somebody comes and tells you, wow, we have a full orchestra. Somebody comes in therapy and tells you about their past. But the only way they can do that is to present the past in the present. When the past comes into the present, it's in the present. You cannot go to the past. The past truly, truly is gone. And the future has not arrived. So when we are in the past and in the future, we have abandoned ourselves. This is the actuality. You leave the world of phenomena into the world of ideas, which are also a kind of phenomena, but it's profoundly disturbing to privilege the idea over the immediate facticity of existence. To think that you actually go in the past, you actually go in the future. This kind of time traveling is enormously harmful, because it means we spend a lot of time moving around memories of the past, rewriting our history, trying to pull things out from the past to put into the present, planning in the future. And this orientation, which is the orientation of dualism, subject, moving, object, to make the patterns that are desired, this activity itself stops the openness of the mind from revealing itself. The mind is always open, but its own activity blocks it.
That shows. And what do I do if my profession is, my job is to make concepts? To make concepts until 2050 and to make concepts.
Where is 2050?
2050.
Where is 2015?
In my head now.
It's in your head now. All the plans you make are in the present moment. You have no idea what is happening in 5 years' time. Nobody has any idea, because so many things can change. We don't know. Some new disease can come and destroy half the forests in Germany. We could have a war could start in Europe quite easily now. Everything is very volatile. So when we're making plans, we're filling the present space with imagined ideas. And we can get paid to do that. It's not a bad way to make a living.
But you said it is harmful, and if you're paid to do it, and then you say, well, you can act like this, and that's really good due to sustainability and so on, and you're convinced about it.
But this is the problem. All we can ever say to people is, on the basis of this pattern, extrapolating into the future, considering the movement of these variables, this is possible. That's all one could ever say. How could you say more than that? Mm-hmm. And then you're back at gambling. Last year, in this race, this horse did quite well. If the ground is the same on Saturday, not too much rain, it may well win. That's how people work out how to bet on a horse. What is the previous form? How did it do? So that is gambling.
Yeah.
And you have to pretend that gambling is the truth.
Yeah.
I can identify the winner. So, but that's really the thing, that we have to act in the manner of a dream. We have to realize most of what we do is theater. If you're a school teacher, you're preparing young people for the future, but you've no idea what the future is going to be. So you introduce them to the structures of the past in the hope or the imagination that somehow that will be relevant to the future. And probably the better kind of teacher brings quite a lot of flexibility and movement. It could be that this will be useful. Perhaps you could try that to allow the students' minds at least to move around. But if you constrain the student's mind and say, this will be a really good thing for you to do, how would you know? When I was a child in Scotland, we still had the shipyards, which were really, really big. And lots of the students were being trained as engineers to work in the shipyards. And then within 10 years, all closed. The steel mills closed. And all these people who had done an apprenticeship, a long, deep practical training in engineering, didn't have a job. And their parents encouraging them to do that, saying, this is going to be good, you're secure, you get good money. I'd go for it. This is our problem. So, essentially, this is about anxiety, that we don't know how to live in an open way. And so we try to identify the imagined dangers on the horizon, which is why in America this military-industrial complex gets bigger and bigger every year, as it does in most European countries. And you can make a fortune out of it. A huge part of Israel's economy now is turned towards the manufacture of guns, defense systems, and so on, to fight off imagined dangers. And in the midst of that, creating a war zone. How do we collaborate? You can only collaborate with living people who are friendly and unfriendly, generous and selfish. It's a complex thing. But if you sort it all out, in this huge computer with your game plans and a bit of game theory and this and that, you think you know what's going on, but you haven't a clue. This is the problem. Look at Mr. Putin. He moves into the Ukraine, he takes Crimea, and what do? We cry about Crimea. Our tears don't buy anything. These people lost a lot. Russia, without announcing it, starts sending its airplanes into Syria, building a huge air base, supporting its naval base. The balance of power is shifting. This means Russia, with the Crimea, Black Sea port, wants the Dardanelles secured. Now, America, with its weapons in Turkey, doesn't want Russia to have that power. And now they say you can see the nuclear submarines moving right past Istanbul. You can sit having a coffee watching these huge Russian submarines moving south. This was not predicted 5 years ago. All these planners in the Pentagon, what the fuck are they doing? And this is life. We cannot predict. This is the danger. Of course, we have to plan a bit for this and that, but it's hubris. It's the fantasy that the world is made out of arithmetic, that you can do. You can establish logarithms and ways of proceeding that will allow you to encompass all the variables, totalize everything together, and then you'll know what's going to happen. And that's what's impossible. It's hubris. It's an inflated notion that we can have omniscience. And actually, we live with happenstance. Things happen, and we find a way forward. And the maps get in the way of responding to the happenstance. So the Buddha said this a long time ago, and it still seems to be true. So, now Avalokiteshvara has finished speaking. Tene chomdende tingizin la ne ekshente. Chanchu semba, semba chembo, papa chenrizi wongchu la lekso. So the Buddha awakens from his absorbed contemplation, or he manifests out from that contemplation, and he praises the great Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, Arya Avalokiteshvara. Lekso, lekso, rikibu, deshino, deshinte, jeta, kiki temba shindu, sheraki parotu chimba, zamo la chaparechate, deshin shepanam kyang jesui rango. So, then he says, very good, son of a good family, it is like that. It is like that. And so profound, transcendental, wise discerning is to be practiced just as you have shown it. All the Tathagatas will rejoice at this. So the Buddha is saying this is a correct presentation of how things are, how the world is, how we are. There's nothing other than this, and all the Buddhas will agree. So it's affirming this is something that can be relied on. This is something valuable and safe and sure. Then he goes on, Chomdende ki deki che katsane sedan dempa charivati budang chanju semba chenrizi wongpa kanchi down dembra kor deda dang sladang midang lama yindang risa che be jikten irangte chomdendegi sung ba la ngomprotodu. The Buddha spoke in that way, and then the Venerable Shariputra and the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara and all their retinues and all the gods, men, jealous gods, local spirits and so on of the world rejoiced and sincerely praised the speech of the Bhagavan Buddha. So it means that there is universal approval of this. So Partly that's a little bit political because people had different ideas at that time. But it's partly validating for us the importance of the text. That it appeals to all beings in all places, at all times, at least potentially. Surely.
It's said that the Buddha is supposed to be omniscient and that he was able to review all his past lives at the moment of enlightenment and all his future lives and all predictions he made. So that contradicts what you said, that there's no predictability to beings. For me, because it's said that once he's enlightened, he's able to be like that. So I'm kind of
Yeah. In England we say, God save our gracious Queen, God save our noble Queen, God save the Queen. Send her victorious, long to reign over us. God save the Queen. That's called a praise. And when people praise people, they give a lot of extra information. I don't know that the Buddha could predict the future and what would happen, because the future hasn't occurred. This is a particular notion of time, that it is knowable. But if you think of all the lamas in Tibet, at what date did they meet together to activate a plan to deal with the growing menace of the Chinese? They left it a little bit late. So I would personally hear these things as praises. You know, if you can take them as a fact, and you can believe there are many, many stories of miracles, of people flying in the sky and eating stones and all the rest of it. Till now we don't have it on YouTube. If it appears on YouTube, people might believe it a bit more. In the Middle Ages we have many, many stories of these kind of events being done by remnants of the true cross and holy saints and so on. One way of understanding these things, it's a mythopoetic language. It's a language in which your aspirations and your belief mushroom like huge summertime clouds, creating all of these things. I may well be wrong, and the doors of hell may open for me, I don't know. But the Buddha probably knows, because he can predict it, but I can't. And I think the main problem with this kind of praise, it's a bit like saying, look at the shining statue of the Buddha. Looks so happy, pure and simple. And then you sit in meditation and you have all this dreadful stuff, and how can you believe you have the Buddha mind? But when you read the Dzogchen text, it says, great meditators, why do you worry? Why do you cry when your mind is full of anger? You have been meditating for a long time. Don't worry about anger. When anger arises in the mind, stay present with anger. Stay on the point of anger without merging, without pushing it away, and anger will resolve itself as the mirror-like wisdom. And they go through all the poisons and all the difficulties. That is to say, problems are themselves already radiance. This is the view of Dzogchen. The view which is set up in these more idealistic presentations of Dharma is we are lost souls wandering in samsara. We're likely to be here for a very, very long time. It takes a long time to get out, but the Buddha is completely sorted and has no problems at all. And so you have a dualistic separation between these polarities. You could see these in literary terms as a kind of trope, a kind of narrative turn which has a truth to it, like a kind of genre, romantic novels, detective novels and so on. You have Mahayana Buddhist stories which exemplify people. You get yogic stories which exemplify other things. for our purposes as meditators, anything which shrinks us down to the size of a peanut is probably not very helpful. So the idealization of the Buddha is great when you're a small child. My dad is really, really strong, and if you hit me again, he's going to come here and he'll punch you, because he's big. Now, this is how children like to feel, that they have a big protector someplace. The practice of Dzogchen is called naked awareness. Naked awareness doesn't have a mum, doesn't have a dad, doesn't have a big brother. It's just your mind. It doesn't even have a Buddha as a thing somewhere else. And so it's a completely different way of presenting the nature of awareness. And if we run all these genres together, then, well, there's a kind of contradiction.
I just had this concept
Uh-huh.
that maybe if Buddha is my Buddha nature, then within the Buddha nature there's this cognizance that knows everything, that even might expand as much as time and space and could be more aware of things happening or not, than in a state of delusion, where you only see yourself and your attachments and aversions and relating to those things.
Yeah, it could be the case, but I spent a lot of time when I was young traveling around, seeing different lamas. And I asked many lamas, Kalo Rinpoche, Chato Rinpoche, Digo Khyentse, and so on. I said, if on a dark night, Dzogchen Rinpoche is driving from Darjeeling to Kalimpong, and the jeep breaks down, and the driver can't fix the engine, can Dzogchen Rinpoche fix the engine? And they look at me as if I'm completely stupid. I say, but Dzogchen Rinpoche, everybody says, is the best meditator and the greatest scholar in the Nyingmapa sect. So why doesn't he know how the engine works? Because he is omniscient. And they just look at me like I'm some mad dog. So that's the difficulty of mixing all these things. Is it doesn't come together. So,
mad dog. Are they going to say, of course we knew, or are they going to say, don't be silly?
yeah, but they're not going to say either. They're just like, what? How?
But they do think you feel, don't they?
Some things are best left unsaid. So we've gone through the basics of this Heart Sutra. And now we look a little bit at the relevance of this understanding of emptiness to the practice of Dzogchen. Dzogchen's focus is on the mind. The mind and emptiness are not two different things. The contents of the mind and emptiness are not two different things. The 5 skandhas are describing the contents of the mind. So, what is the mind? From the very beginning, the mind, our awareness, has been pure. That is to say, it has never come into a relative world where it is situated in terms of anything else. It's not that the mind is inside the body or outside the body or above the body or below the body. The mind is without beginning and end. It's infinite. So it's described as naked, jemba. I mean, the mind is not covered by anything. Now, in our ordinary thought, We can experience obscurations, we have forgetfulness, we can't remember people's names and so on. And it appears that darkness or delusion covers us over. But the mind itself, as we've been looking, is like the mirror. It is empty and radiant. And this mind has always been operating because there is no experience without the mind. The mind is the sight or the medium within which everything shows itself. And the mind is raw. It hasn't been cooked. It's not prepared. It's the unconditioned. It's dumache. That is to say, no other factors have ever come into juxtaposition with this mind. So it is infinite in the sense that the infinite has no limit to it, and therefore is beyond comparing and contrasting, because there is nothing outside the mind. So in the tantric practice, when we dissolve into the mind of the deity and this dissolves into emptiness, then after some time sensation arises, colors, sounds arise, everything arises within the mind. Some of it looks outside, some of it looks inside, some of it looks like self, some of it looks like other. But these are all the varieties of experience of the mind. We say everything is Padmasambhava, everything is Tara. In Dzogchen we're not using that symbolic language, but it's the same. Everything that occurs is your experience. Tibetan is called Rikpi Rangnang. Rangnang means the self-appearance or the effortless showing. Nangwa means light and phenomena. The effortless showing of awareness. Awareness shows itself as everything that we experience. And this is ceaseless. The ceaseless unfolding of these forms. Whatever is shown is not in contradiction. We had the image earlier of the sun in the sky and rays of light coming out of the sky and onto the earth. But that shows a kind of spatial differentiation, as if the light goes from A to B. But when the mind is showing, the radiance of awareness is not coming out of the mind. There is no outside of the mind. So when you hear an aeroplane in the sky and you think, I am down here, the aeroplane is so high up, this is a thought production. When you relax and just hear this is the movement of sound in your mind, and your mind is at the site that the sound arises. If you place your mind here and look at the sound there, you become lost. So in many texts on Dzogchen, it says precisely this. It says, don't hold your mind in, don't hold the world outside. If you stay with the direct arising of experience, it is where it is. And that's where you are. Because you hear it there. It is your school learning that says vibrations are going through the air into your ear and the cochlea and so on. This is interpretation. Naked awareness is prior to and does not depend on interpretation. So, in recognizing the mind, we are wanting to find ourselves in the open awareness which cannot be found. So how do you find something which can't be found? But it's already there. If it was something which can't be found and it was elsewhere and you're endlessly sent on a search to find this, that would be very, very difficult. But because the mind is already here, it is, where it has always been. And so the question is not, where is the mind? The question is, where are you? Because if you are where the mind is, this is Rigpa. And if you are where the thoughts are, this is ordinary ego consciousness. And one second, no, and the thoughts are always where the mind is. So there's no difference between the thought and awareness. The reflection is in the mirror, but when the text says at the end, it balances the unbalanced, because we have a habitual fixation on the reflection, and the intoxication with the reflection brings about a forgetfulness of the mirror, we have an imbalance. An imbalance which is ridiculous, because you can't have a reflection without the mirror. The mirror is implicit in the reflection. The mirror is intrinsic there from the very beginning, and the reflection is always within it. So whatever is arising in your mind, happy thoughts, bad thoughts, pompous thoughts, self-hating thoughts, stay on the point of the arising of the experience, and that is the point where you can find the mind and be the mind. Because it's not a case of getting something, it's a case of relaxing into the unimpeded openness which is the mind itself. Yeah?
I was wondering about the baby that we had yesterday. I mean, is it resting in Rigpa? Or
No.
is it not necessary first to develop a certain amount of discerning and conceptualization to be able to think, to start wondering about the whole thing?
I don't think there's any evidence that babies are enlightened. Babies are often very lovable and charming, but they're very easily disturbed. So when things go well, they're quite relaxed and the eyes are open, looking around, they seem very available. But that can be lost in an instant. So I think what they have is a lack of rapid internal disturbing content. So by the time the baby is 3, coming on 4, they're able to wind themselves up quite easily and be dissatisfied about this and have tantrums and all the rest of it. Small babies get kind of agitated and cry and make a noise, but it's very different from a temper tantrum. The temper tantrum is a kind of intrapsychic struggle, I think. Something's not right, and so you already have to have a concept of injustice and so on to generate that confusion. No, I think we have to grow up, and then gradually it becomes more apparent. However, children do have experiences of expansiveness, and probably most of us had some experience as a child, maybe running along a beach or climbing a hill and feeling completely open and peaceful and at one. So these moments of, whatever we call them, epiphany or blessing or taste of something precious are there, but they're almost like visitations. And it's very difficult for the child really to inhabit it, because the demand of the world is that you go to bed and do your teeth and do your homework and all the rest of it.
Isn't it close for the child? Isn't it similar that the child doesn't grab onto its to whatever it is being affected by due to its lack of memory?
Yes, when the baby's small, it can't hold on.
Yeah, but in that sense, it's sort of closer to.
It's closer to it. Yeah, I mean,
of course, there's no establishment, but then.
In that simple model of 4 aspects that's set out by Daniel Stern, the first is the emergent, which is already happening in the womb and comes out into the first 6, 9 months, in which stuff is occurring, but because there is no fixed positioning for the infant, it's just this and that and that and that, which is why it's very easy to distract small babies unless they really get caught up in a somatic arousal. And then the next stage is what he calls the core self, when the infant's pulling on their fingers and biting and so on, and they start to have the sense, I'm inside and the world's outside. And then on the basis of that, they elaborate everything. So until you have a fixed point of reference, which is the skin bag, there's just the moving of experience. And of course, in meditation experience, we do that as well. So we go into these states of emergence. That stuff is coming, but the difference is that we are able to release ourselves into that and stabilize in that not knowing again and again as a practice, whereas the development of the child is taking it away from it. And of course, one of the sadnesses is once a child comes into language, it has very little memory of what was before, because once you have established cognitive reliance, the other becomes too ethereal, too nebulous to grasp hold of. Okay, let's do a little more sitting. Okay. So we take a short 15-minute break. So the emptiness, as it's set out in the Heart Sutra, opens the way for both Tantra and Dzogchen. Tantra, in a sense, is the application of emptiness to understand how the mind functions as energy. And Dzogchen begins with the understanding that the mind is inseparable from space. Saying it's like space or open or empty means it's not a thing. So we've been looking at not a thingness a great deal. That there is appearance, but because it has no substance, there's no thing there. Something is there, but it's the appearance of emptiness. In the same way, all the contents of the mind appear. Where do they come from? Where do the thoughts stay? Where do the thoughts go? In the Mahamudra tradition, we tend to focus on the content of the mind. And the question then is, what the thoughts, feelings, sensations, when you're sitting in the practice, experiences arise. Do they come from someplace? Do they stay someplace? Do they go someplace? And do they have any substantiality in themselves? In Dzogchen, we're asking more on the, if you like, on the subject side. The mind which is hosting and illuminating whatever is arising. Does it come from someplace? Does it rest someplace when it's here? Does it go somewhere? Does it have a color and a shape? Does it have any size, any dimension? These are the basic questions which you'll find in many texts. And they're very important questions, because they are the questions that allow you to inquire again and again, are the propositions which I develop regarding my mind correct or not? So, I'll be sitting in the practice, then you gently take up this question, where is my mind? Where does it stay? Is it inside, outside? And you might have some kind of sensation that it's in your head or on your shoulder, all kind of things arise. Oh, this is my mind. You stay with that and see what happens. So it's not about proving that a conclusion is right. But in a sense, it's a bit like the scientific method. Except here we're not even developing a hypothesis before we begin. We're carrying out an experiment. We're getting a result, and then we carry out the experiment again. And if you keep getting the same result, you might have some confidence that it's valid. But if every time you ask the question, where is the mind, you come up with a different answer, you might become a little bit more suspicious. So when you have a thought, oh, my mind is here, or my mind is big, or my mind is in my brain, whatever answer seems to arise in the mind, don't do anything with it. Just allow it to be there. See what happens. If something is innately true, intrinsically true, it will reliably be there. If something is a construct, an invention, a fabrication, it will arise and pass, because it arises due to causes and circumstances. So this is the kind of litmus test, the real proving test through which you can get confidence directly yourself about your mind, through which you experience yourself as your mind rather than the content of the mind. So these questions are very important, and people spend years and years and years sitting with these questions, because they are very subtle and they can be used in any meditation sitting as a kind of triage, as a kind of sorting out the status of what is occurring. Thoughts, feelings, sensations are impermanent and passing through. Do they provide a reliable basis of truth? If they can't provide the reliable basis of truth, what is it that can show itself? The mind is there. Without the mind, we wouldn't be here. So, what is the basis of my existence? So, the purpose of the question is to move from telling ourselves about ourselves to directly being ourselves. When you rest inside the flow of thought constructions, you develop more and more storylines about this is how I am, this is how my mind is, and very often these solutions embody some learning you've got from books or things you've heard. You're constructing a vision. So whenever that occurs, don't push it away, just sit with it, and it goes by itself. Return again and again gently to the question. You're not a criminal lawyer, you're not interrogating your own mind, because if you do it in a rough way, it won't show itself. This is a very gentle, facilitative inquiry where we quietly offer the space. The one offering the space is the mind. So the mind is offering space to the mind to show itself as it is. And whenever you get into thought construction, you're filling that space with your own energy. Okay,
What is the own energy? It's also the mind, right?
Our own energy is the energy of the mind, yeah. But it's the energy of our mind hides the mind from the mind.
What makes it the own energy?
I mean, the mind just has a thought arises in the mind. A thought arises in the mind. And when you fixate on the thought, for example, if I look at your face, everything behind goes a bit hazy because I'm focusing my eyes on your face. Now I relax away from your face and I see the people behind, but now you become hazy. So figure ground movement is like that. So most of the time the thought, the sensation is figural, which means the space of the mind goes into the background. And because it's in the background, it's taken for granted. It's forgotten about. But without it, it wouldn't be there. Which of course is why this emptiness of the mind is called the Great Mother, because mothers are always taken for granted.
Gunther, in his translation of Kindly Bent to Music from Montaigne, gave the translation for mind of being. Do you think that's helpful? Because it seems to me that mind is something that we tend to think is a thing. It's quite hard to allow it to be a process or something else. And I thought being seemed quite nicely.
Well, Gunther was very interested in Heidegger, so he takes it from Heidegger's language. And being, if you understand it according to Heidegger, rather than some earlier writers, is not bad, because being is, for Heidegger, is a potential, which is moving towards the horizon of emergence. So it's the potential of showing. But it's not a thing. Whereas you might say to a child, be a good girl, which gives the sense that this is something I can do, that you can alter how you are being part of the verb to be. I am a man, you are a woman. So being then becomes indicative of definitive qualities. But being, in his sense, means an unborn potential which shows itself without being born. But you have to understand the use of the term. It's not the ordinary usage of being. So let's do some of this practice and take up these questions. Very, very gently. So we can start with the 3R, relax, open and spacious, and then very gently allow the thought. Where is this mind? I'm here, mind is here. Where is the mind? What is it like? Has it arrived from someplace? Does it go someplace? Big, small, in, out. It's an invitation to the mind to show itself. Show itself. It's not going to show itself as something. And this is why we're at the limits of language, because we're saying something which is completely empty, like space, will show itself through its absence as something. So if you're looking for somethingness, you won't get it. But we're learning to experience the absence as presence. And this is soft and gentle and tender and receptive. Okay. So, generally when you're doing this practice, you shouldn't do it for very long, because you want to keep the mind fresh and open. Better to do it for 10-minute period, 15 minutes, and then have a short break and go back into doing more.
James, could you say something about the relationship between mind and brain? Because I just now in this contemplation I was very much confused about mind, brain, and I was thinking what happens to the mind if my brain is not functioning correctly? What happens to the mind
They were like, if I take heavy drugs or something, how's the relationship? Because I think it has something to do, but I don't know really how and what.
Traditional Buddhism faces two main challenges at the moment. One is Darwinian evolutionary theory, and the other is neuroscience. According to the Buddhist tradition, the mind is in the heart. There is the heart chakra, an 8-petaled lotus, which represents the 8 consciousnesses and so on. And the brain is the site of the wrathful deities. The bandana of the wrathful deities, that's what's up there. Otherwise, it's a piece of meat which is quite nice to eat with chapatis. I don't know that Tibetan understanding of the brain goes much beyond that. So once you start thinking, well, these are Western ideas, and you have the amygdala, and now the stress reactions coming, and you have cortisol and adrenaline, and da-da-da. And everybody absorbs bits of information out of the magazines and newspapers, and you build up this picture. This is a lot of thoughts about thoughts. So for me personally, I have nothing much to do with the brain. I don't find it a useful way of relating into the meditation practice, because brain science is working from a materialistic basis. It says that movement within this material field, electrochemical movement, biochemical movement, leads to the generation of certain kinds of experience. So then you have the hard problem: how is it that these material or identifiable forces generate the qualia, the qualities of being a subjective consciousness? And a lot of journals, big conferences in Tucson, Arizona, and so on about that. If you follow that line, you have thought about. Some people like that. The Dalai Lama seems to be in love with it. A lot of his Gelugpa followers are really into it. Alan Wallace and so on. I guess you would have to ask them. For me, this is thin ice, because then you have thoughts about thoughts, and you're trying to think your way through something. And all I remember is my own teacher's simple instruction: there is no end to thinking, and you can't think yourself out of samsara. And the problem with science is it's all thinking about something. And I did a lot of science when I was younger, and in the laboratory, and you're carrying out experiments, and you write them up afterwards, and on the basis of this, that arises, and these are the reagents, and so on. It's all out there. It's a description of events in time and space, according to causal conditions, and you try to limit the number of variables. It is a paradigm, and it explains many things, and it may provide ways of ameliorating the impact of Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, and so very, very useful. But with my limited understanding, I would say that if you try to bring these different views together, you have an unintegratable situation where you're likely to hop from one view to another view and back again. So I would think it's better just to stick. I remember, for example, when I was translating with my teacher, I was translating the prayer for being reborn in Dewa Chen by Raga Asi. And at the end of the prayer, it describes how Amitabha dies and another Buddha takes over. And then when that Buddha dies, another Buddha takes over. Of course, that raises all kind of questions about why do Buddha die, and where does he go, and so on. Not questions my teacher was interested in answering. But then I pointed out that this account was different from the accounts that were in another text. And he said, "Who has appointed you to investigate the Buddha? When you read this text, you enter this text, you take it as 100% true, and you get the benefit. Then you read the other text, and you take it as 100% true, and you get the benefit. The benefit comes from giving yourself completely to what you're doing. And if you stand outside and you compare and you contrast and you become a critical scholar, you will get the gain of a scholar, which might be a job in a university, but you will not get enlightened. So that was his opinion, and I kind of keep to that because I don't know how to think about the brain in relation to the Buddhist mind. The mind as set out in the teaching of Dzogchen, coming in the lineage from Kuntu Zampo, is about an immaterial mind which generates through its display, if you like, through its effervescence, light which arises in the form of the 5 elements, which generates the illusory forms of this world. And this light comes into condensation and appears to be solid and real. So everything is the illusory display of an empty mind. That is a completely different reading from movement inside a ball of flesh, which is generating patterns, which then, and you can put people in scanners to estimate what bit's moving and when. So I don't know how you would integrate the two, and I personally don't spend my time thinking about it, so I can't be very helpful.
Question: if you are talking about the mind, how is it to understand, or is it a general entity common to all, to everyone, or is it related to a single person, single one?
That would be a question for you to look at directly. Having a lot of concepts on top of your question wouldn't be helpful. But when you're sitting, the mind is here. The mind basically here means like the shore or the display. The mind is like the stage plus the lights. So it's an illuminated stage and thoughts are wandering around and suddenly a feeling is starting a monologue and off you go. In this theater of experience, the actors have to be somewhere. They're on the stage, they're in the stage. What is the stage? When we sit to meditate, a drama is going on. Your knee is sore, you remember something to do, you look at your breathing, you're aware of being in the room. Many events or many acts are opening and closing, opening and closing. Somewhere, here, this is the mind. What is that mind? So again, it's how do we ask the question in a way that increases direct experience rather than mediated experience through a concept. How to allow the question to open a non-conceptual experience. It's already here. So I'm looking at you just now, talking with you. I see the shapes around me. This is moving in the space of the mind. What's occurring at the moment is in the mind. It's always in the mind. But this mind is not in here. It is the infinite mind within which everything arises, subject and object together. So this is why we look at the Heart Sutra, because the Heart Sutra is saying, because there are no entities, there is no division between any appearance. So when we sit in the practice and we relax, we have a field of light. And the light can form itself into the shapes of different people's bodies with different qualities. Then onto that you can add people's names or your memories of what they've done or not done, building up a picture. Or you relax. You relax the projection, which is the energy of the mind. And the more we relax, just a field of color. The color is differentiated by variety of color, but the color is not representing any substance or form. You directly experience like a rainbow in the sky. This room is light. We live in a world of light. And the light is taken up by the signs, the signifiers and so on, and established into all these forms. This is work. If we do less work, we have more direct experience of light. Where is the light? The flow of light is the experience of the mind. So this is the mind. So if you then try to think, well, is there one universal mind, or do I have my own mind? And if you are sitting there, is your mind the same as my mind? Then you have thoughts about thoughts about thoughts. This is what we're used to doing. It could be quite an interesting intellectual discussion, but it won't bring us to the direct. The immediate, the unmediated is already here. If you want to be here, you don't have to go there to get here. But when you have a thought about being here, you have gone there to get here. So we are here. How can we be here? So then you explore how the mind cheats itself by taking us away from being here while we are still here. If we're sitting here, you could imagine for the moment going into your kitchen at home. You go into a drawer and, oh, there is a corkscrew. You take out the corkscrew and there is a bottle of wine. Now you are, this is nice. Hey, party time. We can go there. You can imagine what's in your kitchen. And it is as if you invite the kitchen in here. You remember childhood memory, maybe being sad and lonely, or your parents being angry with you, and you feel shame or anger or guilt. We know that that kind of seemingly regressive experience can arise in the mind. Where does it arise? The mind is a stage. This little theater suddenly is displayed, and then it's gone, and then it's gone. So when we have attachment, we enter into the drama, and the drama drives more drama. And here it is. The drama is generated by the conceptual appropriation of the infinite potential of light. So going back to these three terms we had earlier, the Ngowo Rangshin Tukchi, the open, empty nature of the mind, which is like the Dharmakaya, the mind of the Buddha, is like space, unborn from the very beginning. And it displays itself as clarity or as showing, as illumination. This room, everything here is just light. So this is the presentation of the sparklingness or the radiance of the mind itself. And within that, there is the movement of thoughts and feelings which create these patterns, the dramas of this moment and that moment. But the drama is a drama of the movement of light, and the light is the display of emptiness. So these three together are unborn and unceasing, creating the mandala of Samantabhadra. This is the primordial mandala of experience. And inside that, again and again, we just open to it and open to it. But because of our habits of association, our attention gets grasped by the cognitive display, by the streams of narrative meaning, by the semantic matrix within which we generate different thoughts and feelings and so on. This is effort. So the practice in Dzogchen is to relax the effort. Dzogchen means complete. If something is complete, you shouldn't do more to it. painters have to learn when to stop painting, because you can spoil a painting by trying to improve something. You have to allow the painting to have its life. Each moment has its life as it is. When we try to develop and improve what is there, we just get into busyness and turbulence, and this is called samsara. Allowing each moment to be complete as the generous radiance of the mind itself is the practice. So whenever we get into thinking about what might be the case, we're going away from where we are without going anywhere. There's nowhere else to go, but hidden inside the light is the dark, and hidden inside the dark is the light. So we have to do the practice again and again.
How do you relate it to the body?
And the body is part. The body moves because the world moves. The energy of the mind arises in the world and in the body. There is no difference between the body and the world. It's made up of the same 5 elements, which are the movement of sound, light, rays of light, and so on, as the Dzogchen notion describes. If we take our body to be a thing, and we imagine that we live inside it like a king in a castle, then we have wiped our bum with the Heart Sutra.
What with our What do we have with our done?
You wipe your arse with the Heart Sutra.
So.
Because the Heart Sutra is showing very clearly that the 5 skandhas are themselves empty. And so when we take the body as substantial and real, it becomes a private realm, and we look out of our sense organs. And again, Avalokiteshvara is saying, it's not like that. These are empty forms with no substance of their own, and so there is no inside and outside. This is a unified field of experience, because you are as much me as me. Because I see you and I don't see me. I see more of you than me. Unless I'm going to turn into Narcissus and spend my life looking in a mirror, someone else's face is always going to be clear to me and not my own face. So the other is the self. We are our return to ourselves through the face of the other. We spend our time looking at other people's bodies. Our own body is the vehicle of participation in the field of undivided experience. But when we go back to our name, our history, I've got a backache, I need to do this or I need to do that, all of these thoughts in their finite shaping limit our open sense of participation. So the body then is the radiance of the mind. And that's a very nice thing to discover. So we have many bodies. We have the anatomical body, but that's not a body you live in. That's a body you take to the doctor and say, hang on a minute, my back's sore. And we have the body of emotions and the body of sensations, which is closer to the body of experience. So the body can be a subject or an object, just as our mind can appear as a subject or an object.
Our quality of abiding in awareness depends on our ability to relax into it, isn't it? And I understand that relaxation really has something to do with the energetics of our system as such. And like for example, meditation after a good sport sometimes seems to be much better than meditation after a heavy meal.
Yes.
For sure. So considering this, are there any general techniques or advice that might like to give us, which could be largely applicable? Or should one find it out for oneself?
There are many, many techniques, but in general in Dzogchen, there is no particular technique except to stay present with whatever is happening. So, for example, you have a heavy meal and you're sitting in the practice and you feel dull. So you have a sinking kind of experience. This is the object of meditation. You've done some sport and you feel quite vital and there's bubbly energy, and this is the object of attention. This is the object of awareness. Sinking, this chingwa kind of feeling like a tired swimmer, this is a well-known experience, and feeling vital and alive and quite a lot buzzy, this is gyepa, this is another kind of meditation experience. One is not better than another, because the key thing is, I am not meditating. If meditation is something you do, then you have subject, object, and the link between them, what are called the three wheels that generate the structure of samsara. So, we sit, and we're here. Who is here? Well, lots of answers come up. I'm here. What do I have to do tomorrow? My back's sore, my head's sore. I shouldn't have had so much lunch. All of this is arising and passing. The big difference in Dzogchen is that in almost all other methods of meditation, before you sit down to do the practice, you know what you're going to do. So you're going to look at the wall, you're going to struggle with a koan, you're going to observe your breath, you're going to visualize chenrezi or whatever it would be. Here we simply sit present with whatever arises. So we can't predict, we can't control, and so the we bit, the I, is less and less necessary, because I don't have to do it. The world is showing itself, and part of the world showing itself is my thoughts and feelings. So I'm not the agent doing things, but what I take to be myself reveals itself as self-referential thoughts, hopes, fears, emotions, daydreams, echoes, reactions to sounds outside the room. Somebody moves or coughs and there's some kind of arising in response to that. This is a whole panoply of movements. Sometimes looks object, sometimes looks subject. And this is it. And this is in the theatre of the mind. So we're not trying to do anything. It is the effort of trying to do things which disguises the effortless nature of arising. So in Dzogchen we have kada, primordial purity, and klundru, effortlessly arising, or the immediate presence of everything. And it presents itself as it is. So it's about non-interference, non-manipulation, non-effort, but absolute being open. Who is the one who is open? Well, that's what you look at when you take up the question, where is the mind? Where does it stay? If you start with the answer, I'm open, I'm going to be open, I feel open, the whole thing's already off balance. Because you've started inside the concept, and then more concepts wrap around it. So that's what we do, and then stuff. Some of it's me, some of it's you. Who says that it's me? Another thought. Who says that it's you? Another thought. Then it tumbles along. So it's like that, not interfering with the always already integrated movement of Ngobo, Rangshin and Tukchi.
But in order to talk about the experience of someone who is abiding in that awareness, how would one describe that? Isn't there a sort of settling of awareness? I mean, what then could be the difference between a baby and a man? I mean, we could phenomenally describe it that the baby is moving away from it, and that we are actually trying to stabilize into that awareness. But what would that stability mean?
Well, the stability would mean not being carried away by a thought. So then the question is, who is carried away by a thought? We become unstable when a thought catches a thought. I am James. This is a thought form. I am James here with you. There's another thought form. So once this I am James is given a kind of density by the investment of prana or chi or whatever you call it, it can start to resonate with others. But if it's left alone, it goes free by itself. So this is all we're doing, is allowing the forms to go free by themselves. And when you use the language of stabilizing and doing this and doing that, this is importing the attitude of other models into this model.
It does, but nevertheless, in the way of explaining, we actually refer to taking out the energy from such patterns. And
well, you
in
could
that
do,
sense,
but that's, I don't think I'm saying taking the energy out of the pattern. I'm just saying if you allow it to be there, it will go free by itself. So a major aspect in Dzogchen is called rangrol, or self-liberation, and there are different kinds of understandings of self-liberation. But we already know this through impermanence. A thought arises and it goes. So if you don't invest the thought with energy, with attention, it just goes. Everything goes free by itself. The more you just are open, less and less to do. Less and less to do. And when there's less to do, the doer becomes less important. And then the whole paradigm shift occurs. But as long as you're trying to work out what do I have to do in order to do less, it's like a backward somersault.
that's true, but I'm just asking if, but nevertheless, we sit for meditation in order to make it a practice such that the accessibility to awareness or to relax into awareness is made easily possible. So sitting is also defined as an action. So similarly,
Is falling asleep an action? You get ready for bed, you clean your teeth, you climb into the sheets, and then you fall asleep. So we fall into meditation. Like that. Except we don't hopefully fall asleep at the same time. Okay, now we have some food. So for those who are interested in the autumn meeting that we have here, I'm going to give the Padmasambhava initiation, which is linked with a small text, which was a terma from my teacher's first incarnation. It's a very simple and beautiful text. The purpose for bringing more sense of tantric practice in is to make the link from the Heart Sutra. Tantra, the word means continuity or the linking together. What is being linked is samsara and nirvana. And the focus of Tantra is transformation. So we begin the practice in our ordinary identity, and through interacting with the visualized form of the deity, we find that we are not different from the deity. So we're transformed from the profane into the sacred, from samsara into nirvana. That's the whole function of the practice. Now, if something is to be transformed, it has to have the capacity to transform. And one of the big metaphors that's around in Tantra is alchemy. Alchemy was very strong force in India, both the outer alchemy of transforming base metal into gold, the inner alchemy of the transformation of mercury, which is poisonous in its raw form, into profoundly transformational medicine, and of course the deep alchemy of transforming the limited identity into the enlightened identity. So it's another way of understanding the relationship between our ever-open potential and the fact that we find ourselves in limitation. And whether we see these as two oppositional forms, or whether we see them essentially as two sides of the same coin. If you just turn in one way, we're in limitation. If you turn another way, everything is open and radiant. And by running these two sides together, like the beating of a damaru, you realize there is no real separation, however the mind is. So you can see in that way that it's a transition between the more analytical or expositionary viewpoint of the Heart Sutra and the direct approach of Dzogchen. And if you have any questions about it, you can ask me before we have the end. So now we do some more practice. And again, maybe most useful, we start with the 3R, and in particular, after that, try to take up these questions very gently, just opening, being present, and what is the nature of that presence. This experience of being alive, this is the vibrant quality of the mind, without turning it into being this or that, just presence which fills and empties and fills and empties. What is this presence? And one thing is very clear. Perhaps, and maybe definitely, being here will not have increased your chance of getting enlightened. But it will have increased your chance of getting a cold. So there is some transformation. Okay, so we do the 3 R's and then into these questions. Okay. So now we do the dedication of merit for the day. Go on, dear, Now we have some time to relax with music and so on above the dining room. And then tomorrow morning, the meeting with Eva at 7, and then we meet here together at 9:30, and then 1 o'clock we eat something, and then we say bye-bye, all gone. Life passes very quickly. And So tomorrow morning I'll certainly go into more of the Dzogchen view in relation to the Heart Sutra, but if you have any questions, particularly about the practice, that would be the time to raise them. Because it's important to take as much clarity as you can with you and try to enter into the practice as much as you want to. Okay, so we have free time. Okay, so we start with the refuge and bodhicitta and then go into the 3R. When the bell starts and we hear it tolling out the hours, we hear a strike and there's a reverberation, an echoing sound coming out from it. As they start moving into this call to prayer, calling people to the church, the strikes become more consistent and the reverberation starts to seem continuous. And then the strikes seem to be like peaks within this continuous sound. From the Buddhist point of view, when we perform an action invested with the afflictions, with dullness or stupidity, desire, anger, jealousy and pride, these are moments like a strike. They have a beginning, a middle and an end. But they set up a field of reverberations, the subtle traces, the avaranas, and this field of subtle traces becomes a seemingly continuous web within which particular moments are arising. That is one of the reasons that it's very difficult to free ourselves from the complexity of thought, because it's not just a decision in a moment that we're going to stop doing this, but there's a continuing kind of pulsation or arousal or tendency that's there. And it's that subtle movement that we need to be attending to. Sometimes it's compared to a mountain valley where the river is running under the meadow and you can't see it directly, but in the middle of the valley you see that the grass is thicker and more luxuriant, and that indicates that there's a good supply of water underneath. So a lot of the time we don't experience directly the continuity of our impulses. We just have these moments of showing. So when we sit in a meditation practice, it's not just the thoughts and feelings, but it's this aroused expectation that we looked at yesterday, like waiting for future thoughts, attending to past thoughts, because these are the subtle vibrations or pulsations which link to the past, to the present, to the future, and seem to create a seamless web of occurrence. And of course, our experience is seamless. So there's the seamlessness which is imbued with attachment, that is flavored by attachment. And there's the seamlessness which is open. So for example, when we do this recitation of the refuge, we're doing it in this slow, easy way, sound following sound following sound. And although on paper you can see these are separate words, the flow of sound becomes continuous. For example, if you go to the beach, particularly a beach on the North Sea, this is a vast sea, a vast ocean. But you're standing on the beach and you see the waves coming in. And the experience is that there's one wave, then another wave, then another wave, then another wave. And each seems to be something. But if you go further out to sea, and it's a day that's reasonably calm without a heavy wind, you get this swelling on the water. It's a rising and falling, and the wave doesn't break out at all. So this is the sound that we want to make when we're doing the refuge. It's the pulsation which has no interruption. And then you start to see what in Dzogchen they're talking about as hlundrup, the immediate, spontaneous presencing which is continuing. This term that we had in the Heart Sutra, magagpa, unceasing. It's not a ceaselessness which is built on the basis of my attachment and my keeping the whole ego show going, because I need the continuity of myself to feel okay. It's the ceaseless movement of what is there. So when we are chanting, we're just allowing this flow of sound and sound and sound as energy is flowing through space without interruption. Sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's like that. So when we sit in a meditation, many different kinds of experience arise. Our selectivity says this is a good experience, that's a bad experience. My mind is clear today, it wasn't so clear yesterday. This comparing and contrasting operates to chop up the world into pieces, and then we put them together again. And this work of composition is ceaseless, it's unending, it's the basis of samsara. It's quite tiring and exhausting because we never quite get it right, as if the world is some infinite jigsaw puzzle and bits are always missing, so you get some bit clear and then the kids come and throw it off the table and you're picking the pieces off the carpet. And we're reconstructing our lives again and again. What was described in the Heart Sutra, this fourth skanda, duche, putting together, composition, making our lives, building up the images of who we are. And this involves, of course, involves choices, and it becomes egosyntonic. That's to say, it confirms the sense that I have of myself. I am able to make my life progress in the way that I'm accustomed to it doing. So although it's an endless work, which has ups and downs, the fact that I feel myself as the one who is doing it confirms my validity. And this, from the Dharma point of view, is a terrible confirmation, because it confirms the necessity of me acting on the world rather than the world being as it is. So when we see that ignorance is a misreading of what is there, that it's not actually something which makes a fundamental change, it makes a superficial change. Ignorance is a function of interpretation and elaboration when interpretation and elaboration are not necessary. Then we can allow the flow of experience to be continuous. Sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's like that. For example, last night at the beginning, when we were dancing, there would be one song and then a pause, and everybody standing around looking, what now, what now? And then some new song would come on, and then a little bit of moving again. And then later we had a sequence, and there's just song merging into song, merging into song. And it's completely different, because you can see that people's bodies are not interrupted. And that flow This is our life. Here we are, then we have a break, then we're back, then we have lunch, then we say goodbye, then you leave, then you get home, then you sleep, then the week begins on the Monday morning, and then it's Tuesday, on and on and on, this flow of experience. And the central point is, how do we participate in that? Energy is flowing in space. The central point of our understanding and practice is to keep the always already, the givenness of the inseparability of space and movement, so that we don't feel that we have to be the mover, so that the subject is extrapolated, taken out of this undivided field, and then is endlessly having to make choices and make it happen. That everything you do can be within the flow of space, because from the point of view of the Dzogchen view, it always already has been. The way that we see ourselves as an individual agent apart from the world, acting on the world, this is a false interpretation. When you relax that, you won't become stupid. You won't lose the knowledge you have. The knowledge that you have has all come through interaction, through your participation in the world, whether it's reading a book or looking up the computer or talking with someone else. Through your being in the world, moving in dialogue, in relation to others, you're giving out and you're receiving. And this is what education is, this is what cultural development is. It's actually being a linked movement, a pulsation, but our interpretation of it is that we have had to do things and that we have made them happen. So, relaxing the illusion of separation allows the world to continue as before, but in an easier way, without this extra burden. Like maybe you have a big life decision ahead of you. Where will I live? What will I do? What kind of work should I do? What school should I send the kids to? You can have many, many, many thoughts about that. In the end, you have to do something. And the something that you do is the thing that feels right at the time. It just happens. And all the other thoughts, what were they for? So there's a way in which waiting allows the moment to flow through us. And all sorts of thoughts about what and how actually start to freeze the situation and make for grinding, because now there's this and there's that, and this is quite good and that's quite good. So should I do this or should I do that? In the end, you will do something. It's not clear, perhaps when we reflect back on choices we've made in the past, whether these deliberations, these conscious balancings and inquiries have actually made much difference in our choices. Because doors open, and we go through, or we don't go through. That's all. So it's about trusting that being part of what is going on, that participation allows you access to intrinsic value. You won't lose value. When you feel apart from things, when you feel separated, the meaning making which is required goes back on your own shoulders. Is this one better than that one? Who knows? You ask 10 people, you get 10 different replies. What should I do with my life? This is an insane question. It's completely insane. As if you've got a life and now you're going to kind of organize it. You breathe in and you breathe out, and circumstances move you in this way and that way. And actually by moving with it, you do rather well. When Cassius Clay was first coming into fame as a boxer, and you could see these films of him on television, and he had such a supple spine, and easy shoulders, and his neck was incredible because his head would move. So you see this big, heavy bruiser putting the punch, and then he's back again. And that is life, isn't it? Nobody can stop the punch coming, but you can learn to move with it, play with it. And of course, if you move with the punch, you could say, the other person is making me do this, and feel like the victim, because I want to live life on my terms. But actually, it was a very beautiful dance that he did. And it was why so many people came to love him, because he had just the sense, I offer myself into this play of movement, and it brings least damage to myself. So this is from these very ordinary examples that we can see every day in life, gives us maybe the sense to trust that the world is here and to give ourselves to it. And this links to the question of devotion, because for many people faith and devotion is quite difficult. So here we have a shrine, there are statues on the shrine, and the statues are consecrated. That is to say, as when they were almost finished, there's a cavity that's made inside them, a hole, and into this space put mantras and often precious substances. These mantras written on paper in that way and prayers, they're called Zung, and Zung means to hold. So they hold the blessing or the sight of the life force in the statue. And in the final consecration, the little dots of the eye are put in, so this is now not a symbol of the Buddha who is somewhere else, but this is the actual Buddha. This is like the discussion in the Catholic Church, whether the Mass is the actual body and blood of Christ or whether it's a symbol of it. And many people were killed having the wrong idea about that. Because it's quite a big thing to believe, now we're drinking Christ's blood, we're eating his flesh. Would you really want to do that? Better to have it as a symbol. But of course, if it's a symbol of something, it's something somewhere else, and immediately the energy goes down. The level of participation is reduced because it's being mediated through a distancing. But if you think, this is the actuality, Christ, my Savior, is being incorporated into my body, then the profound transformation occurs, because this is not like anything else in the entire world. This is truly special. In the same way, when we believe that the shrine is the actual presence of the Buddhas, we feel deep devotion and faith. However, you might think, well, but I don't actually feel that way. I've never felt devotion. I don't believe in these things. Well, you believe in apples. You believe in bananas. You believe this is a banana. You approach the banana, you pick it up, you peel off the skin, you put it in your mouth, and with supreme confidence, you eat the banana. You internalize the banana without any fear. You have full faith in the banana-ness of the banana. Now, if you are able to do this, you don't have any problem with faith and belief. The Buddha is the Buddha, the banana is the banana, if you believe. If we were in an airplane that crashed in a jungle, in the Amazon or something, a few of us manage to straggle out. We're shocked and we're a bit hungry. What will we eat? There are all kinds of berries. Will they poison us? Will they heal us? We don't know. But we have confidence in bananas. If we see a banana, thank God there's something to eat. Our anxiety flows away and we are saved. Banana salvation. So we have the same with the Buddha. Once you believe in the Buddha, you have Buddha salvation. Everywhere you go, there is the Buddha. What is that like? You know, very often with children, they become, we say, quite fussy. They become a bit sort of anxious around food. They look at it on the plate, and I don't like this. Says, it's good food, we're all eating it. And that can make eating a long, long, slow process. It's like some mental construction is going between them and the food on the plate. They can see that other people eat it, and so it's not poisonous. But for me, I'm not sure. Not sureness is not a factor which adds value to life. Not sureness is alienating, it slows things down, it increases a lot of unnecessary mental activity. Which is why in the text it always says faith and devotion is very important, because it's simple, it's straightforward, the object is open, and the more we relate to the open object, the more open we become. And if you stay with your hesitations, you close down the object because you're trying to define it through your concepts. Are you sure this is okay? And that uncertainty feeds into a parallel uncertainty in yourself. So it's almost like you become diminished through your uncertainty about the value of the object. The object is no longer just this free pathway, but becomes a kind of mirror that reflects back to you your own limitation. Which is why when we do this 3R, we make the sound of ah, it's very open. It's like very naked. I'm releasing all my preoccupations. I'm releasing the burden of responsibility that I have to work out whether it's okay or not. I'm trusting that relaxing in space is enough. And then all kind of things come, and they come and they go. When we get lost in the meditation, we find ourselves attributing value. We like something or we don't like something, or we go off in a daydream and then we come back and think, oh, I shouldn't have done that, and so on. And you find yourself in this dualistic, evaluative, judgmental positioning. And you've lost the openness of the meditation. The basis of the practice is relax, release, and allow the flow of life to go on, which is quite an incredible thing to say. I will now allow the flow of existence to continue. Blessings upon you. It's slightly pompous. This is the problem of the ego. It's more than a little inflated. And its inflation separates it all. The flow is here. The flow is here. You just go into it. Like going to the seaside and go in the water, and your child is on the beach. I don't want to go in the water. I don't want to go in the water. Come in. This kind of hesitancy is not much fun. It's called being a party pooper. You just go into the water and you're in the water. The water welcomes you. So the thing about the separation is that it both diminishes us, it shrinks us, and it inflates us simultaneously. We lose because we are losing the ground of our being, which is participation. And it inflates us because now we're having to have our judgments and our opinions and what we're going to do. And this burden of the self then starts to feel like a validation of my importance, making my decisions, and that then becomes a further barrier to letting go. What will become of me if I let go? Becoming will continue as it always has been, and you will find yourself there. This is our actual situation, which is always that of finding ourselves, because life has happened before we make sense of it. So you find out what's happening after it's happened. So instead of trying to make sense of it in that way, you can just trust and be in there. And that's really at the heart of the practice. So if we go back into doing the 3R, and very gently you can raise these questions as before, because the central point is to taste and be for yourself the openness of the mind. You yourself are the illuminator, because illumination is all around you, and this is the quality of the mind. It's not the quality of the ego, it's the quality of the mind. And being relaxed and in that openness, clarity arises by itself. So as long as you define yourself and your mind, you're situated in the thought factory which is producing thoughts which define the world. So again and again we relax out of that, open, and whenever there seems to be definitions about this is who I am, this is how I am, just stay relaxed and open with them. They vanish. Who is the one who is aware of their vanishing? Who is the one who is aware of the arising of the next thought? Being aware of is not the same as a witness or an observer. We're not looking across a distance at something else. We're aware of the unspeakable intimacy of the fact that the whole world arises inside us. Everything is our experience, but not as a personal experience, but in the infinity of our awareness, subject and object arise. That is to say, your embodied being, your thoughts, your feelings, your bowels, your feet, all of what you take yourself to be is always already within the field of experience. So when you open as the awareness which reveals the field of experience, you don't vanish. Other people don't vanish. You just see, oh, this is how it works. Manifestation, the energy of the mind, is what I call me, is what I call you. This energy is moving and pulsating all the time within the field of clarity, which is the luminosity of the mirror. It's the brightness of the mirror resting in the emptiness of the mirror, which allows the flow of the reflections. We are in the mirror already. We are the mirror already. So we are both the infinity of awareness, which is empty and has no content. We are this field of experience with all its rich complexity arising and changing moment by moment, beyond computation, beyond any form of calculus. And we are precisely this. I'm me. I'm here in the field. I'm part of the field. So it's not an annihilation of the self. You don't have to give up yourself or destroy yourself. But the self relaxes because it's among friends. Because it's at home in the ground of its being. So nothing about the form of life needs to change. But the basic tension that comes from the anxiety of isolation. Who am I? What will I do? And as part of the world, you find that you're just being this and that, and it tumbles along. So, we do some more of the practice. So, now we have a break, and then we can see if there are any questions arising from the study and practice we've done together, so that you're clear about the view and the practice. Okay, so see if you have any questions about the view or the practice, or...
I have a question. In meditation, when I look for the mind or try to be with the mind, there are sensations, feelings, input from the sense organs.
Yeah.
And another aspect of the mind is the one who is looking.
Mm-hmm.
How to balance these two directions in which I could look at.
Do you know that there's a looker? Someone looking?
I suppose.
So you have sensations, and somebody is aware of the sensations, and somebody is aware that you are aware of the sensations. So you could have a regression ad infinitum, like sort of these little Russian dolls. But actually, the watcher, the looker, is an experience. It's not the ground awareness itself. So, when we talk about subject and object, we tend to, in our ordinary life, we think, I am the subject and I look at these objects out there, and I'm also can be aware of my body as an object, and I can even be aware of my mind as an object, because I can think about my thoughts, I can think about what I did yesterday. So I appear to have a subjectivity which stands in relation to objects. And this subjectivity has the feeling tone of I, me, myself. I am the subject. When we sit in the meditation, we see that the ingredients of the subject, which are thoughts, feelings, sensations, and so on, which are taken as being affirmations or expressions or contents of myself, these are also fleeting. So the watcher or the observer or the judge or the critic, the witness, these are all transient arisings. And they come and they go. So when we are caught in the subject formation, stay with the one who thinks they are a subject. Means not pushing it away, not merging into it, but just allowing it to show itself. So this is why we have the image of the mirror. The mirror is not actively creating something. It's not like a movie projector. It's not pumping something out. It just shows what's there. Whereas the looker has an intention, and the intention is energetic. So we have these two basic aspects. We have stillness and movement. And the movement sometimes looks subject, sometimes looks object. When the mind shows itself, it shows itself as both subject and object. So when you're sitting and you become aware, oh, my mind is very busy today, or I seem to have a lot of thoughts about holidays, or whatever that would be, that position is very tempting, because it feels like me. This feels like my home base. This is who I am, where I am, and so on. If you can just have the sense of that, stay there, and see what happens. All the contents of that moment of subjectivity dissolve and vanish. And something else arises. and the next thing that arises may look object, may look subject. This is why the non-duality is difficult for us, because we want to have these two categories, the looker and the looked at, the knower and the known. But both of these are energy formations. They are transient moments of patterning revealed in this translucent openness of the mind. The clarity of the mind is not the subject. So this is why you get this whole debate and difference between a Hindu view that would say the Atman is a manifestation of Brahman and it can dissolve back into it. And some people would say that the Atman is a delusion or an egoic form expressed in ahamkara, like holding on to the sense of a self. But from the point of view of Dzogchen, there isn't a problem except the ignorance of misidentifying a transient pattern formation as being eternal and therefore filling it again and again. So I is an empty signifier. I. In a sense, it's meaningless. You have to say, I am tired, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. I is incredibly useful because you can add almost anything to it. I am a murderer, I am a doctor, I am a this, I am a that. Whatever somebody is able to say, I has no objection. So, in that sense, I is like a kind of shadow form of the mind itself. The mind is open. The mirror has no content. I has no content. I is like a sausage skin. You can put whatever you want into it. You can have pork sausages, lamb sausages, chicken sausages. It's just a skin. And in fact, there is no skin. It's just I. So the empty sign is a kind of simulacrum, a kind of ghostly impersonator of the openness of the mind. Because the openness of the I is its willingness to not just be filled with something, but to claim ownership of what it's filled with. So if I'm thirsty, well, I need a drink. It's a kind of seal which sort of validates the existential truth of this particular proposition. And so the I fills itself with something because it seeks somethingness. But I is just an expression of emptiness. So the true nature of I is empty, but its self-maintenance requires it to keep claiming to be full of something. Because I basically says, take me seriously. Take me seriously. So if I say I'm cold, put the heating on. Come on, I'm cold. You know, it's the positioning of the I as it adopts this particular content serves to separate it from what's around and make a demand. If I'm hungry, you should feed me. If I'm tired, I should have a place to sleep. So it's a positioning in the environment. So what we call the watcher usually carries the sense of I am watching. There's a self-reflexive turn in subjectivity. That the subject is not just aware of the object, but in the very moment of observing the object is affirming its own existence to itself. So when these two formations are arising, this is the continuing interaction of subject and object. So we have to be very suspicious about the claim of subjectivity. So being present with the subject allows the subject to show its emptiness, which allows us to relax the need to give truth to the subject. So one way of describing it we've used before is to say the subject as I, me, myself is like the moon. Awareness, the natural light of the mind, is like the sun. The moon has no light of its own. The moon shows a light and is bright. It's undeniable. The full moon is bright. The illuminating power of the eye is not its own light, and yet it illuminates. But it's in denial of the light, because when usually, and sometimes you see them together, the sun and the moon in the sky, but usually the moon is up in disguise invisible. So the invisible sun is feeding the light of the moon, which generates the illusion that the moon has its own light. The light of the mind manifests as energy, display, showing, and one aspect of that in the non-dual field is the subject. But the subject has no light of its own, but it's bright, but it's not its own brightness. And that's what we see again and again by relaxing and opening, and without merging or pushing away, offer hospitality to what arises, whether it looks object or subject. We're just there, and both these forms will change and move and go. And then we see these are patterns in the flow. The flow continues. These patterns, if you grasp them, appear to be something, and when you don't grasp them, they're self-releasing, self-liberating. So that would be the thing to do. But as soon as we are identified as a watcher or a knower or a looker, it's difficult. And that's why this practice of looking for the mind is difficult. Because in a sense it acts into the paradigm of ignorance. I am going to try to find my mind. And I think it's very difficult in language to describe what you have to do. Because in a sense you're stepping out of the frame which is installed by the use of language. I am going to the market, I am going to the kitchen, I am going to sleep. We're used to formations that say there is an agent or an active doer or maker who is going to operate on the field of experience. And you operate on the field because you're not part of the field. The potter puts her hands onto the clay and makes a pot. There is the clay, the object. There is the potter with hands and training, and she engages with the clay, and that gives rise to the pot. So I am going to make a pot. I am going to look for my mind. You start off with completely the wrong orientation. So this is why we breathe out, or we relax into the ah, and we're available. We're not doing or making. So we're wanting to move out of the sense of I have to make it happen. I am going to do it. We're moving into passive, receptive openness. The mirror just shows what's there. The mirror doesn't have a menu or an agenda or a selective bias. Often the mind is compared to a crystal ball, because a ball has no corners or edges. You can't say what is the top and what is the bottom. You can't get a handle on a ball. It's got no place to begin or end. It is just a hole. So we relax into that wholeness and life goes on. Sometimes looks object, sometimes looks subject. Not identifying with the subject or the object there is the unimpeded flow of the potential of the situation. And then you get up from the meditation as the subject, but the subject moving in the non-dual field. This is the most important thing. We don't come out of the meditation. The meditation, and this is one of the reasons we often do it with the eyes open, we are in this field and we're still, and then we're moving. And we're moving in the field which we already have seen is just the unfolding of shimmering possibility. And by our gesture, we evoke particular patterns within that field, sometimes responding, sometimes shaping, but it's all vanishing in that very moment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. Oh.
At the beginning of this explanation, you used the word ground awareness. Is that a function of the mind, or is it the mind? This is something which I think I always get confused. Just a linguist.
Okay. Yeah. So the word ground is used a lot in Dzogchen. And the ground has two aspects. It's both the ground on which everything falls, so it's like the receptor, but it's also the source. So it means the basis, and it's inseparable from space. So it's not it's not a ground from which things grow. So you plant a seed in the ground and the plant comes up. The ground is not just three-dimensional, but an infinitely dimensional openness within which everything can move in its different directions. So ground there means the basis or the the guarantor of the possibility of experience. The space of the mind and the clarity of the mind are born together, and without that you wouldn't have anything. So it's the basis that if that's not there, then there's nothing at all. Nihilistic, nothing, nothing, nothing. But this spacious clarity is then the ground of everything which appears as something. But it's not anything in itself.
But it's not, is it the same thing as the mind?
It is the mind,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, in Tibetan they have all kind of things to say about this. For example, we say yin, rig, yerme. Yerme means inseparable. Yin means short for Chuki Yin, the Dharma Dhatu. And the Dharma Dhatu means the space in which all dharmas arise. So everything in this room, everything outside, the clouds, the sun, the moon, everything, these are all dharmas or phenomena. As we've seen in the Heart Sutra, they're empty. So the Dharma Dhatu is the space or the extension, well, it's not extension, it's problematic because it's a very dualistic, but it is the, if you like, the field, the hospitality within which everything arises, and this is inseparable from awareness. So awareness is pervasive. So awareness is not like a torch going, sending a ray of light out from here to there.
That would be mindfulness.
That would be mindfulness. However, of course, in the Dzogchen tradition they say, but Rigpa is like the sun. So it is illuminating. Because everything you say is going to illuminate some aspects and not other aspects. The main thing is to see that all these Dharma descriptions are a kind of massage. That we have these rigidities and tight muscles which lead to repetitive actions. And the different terms go into the knotted muscle and loosen us up. Because the linguistic description is never going to completely give a clear account. Now I know what it is, because it's not a what that we could know. So it's really beyond language, but we have to use language, and so we have to use it with humility and a sensitivity as gestural rather than as definitive. Yeah.
I want to ask about the active aspect.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that in the passive aspect, we do in the meditation, just letting things, it's kind of not so hard to go to this openness. But as soon as I personally go up and do something, there's always a notion of I do something. And if I go for a coffee, I go for a coffee because I want to go have a coffee. There's not that I had the feeling that the field gives me a coffee.
Why? Why do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, that's the question.
Presumably some kind of thirst or some habit arises in you.
Yeah,
it wasn't there.
Yeah.
Then it is there.
Yeah.
And because it's a coffee break, you get up and do it. If you're sitting in the middle of our session and the thought arises, then you sit and think, oh, I'll have that later.
Yeah.
So a thought as a potential can be activated or not. The moment you activate it or you allow it to come, it is as if you are the one doing it. You look like the master. I am going to have a cup of coffee. But you are the servant of the thought. I want a coffee. You didn't order the thought. You order the coffee, but you don't order the thought that tells you to order the coffee.
But who is the one who allows the thought to be activated?
Another thought. Another thought. Because if you're in the middle of the session, you might think, well, I'd like to have a coffee, but I better not because I'll disturb people and da-da-da. So other thoughts come in as a policeman to say to that thought, shh, not yet, later. Okay. Thoughts, it's a shared field. It's like a playground, isn't it? And some of the boys want to play football and other people are doing something else. And they say, give us a space, we need football. Oh no, fuck off, we're doing this game. You can play football after. So that's what the thoughts are doing. The space of the mind is a bit rough. So you can watch. Now I'm having a cup of coffee. This is a bit like the witnessing. This is the commentarial self. The narrative self, we establish the continuity of our individual identity by running a storyline. Now I'm having a cup of coffee. I like this coffee. I don't like this coffee. When I get back home, there's a cafe near me. They have much better coffee or whatever. So this comparing and contrasting, in a sense, it's a script which allows the enunciation of statements which appear to be talking about something out there, but their primary focus is that self-reflexive movement in which you subtly validate yourself as I. So a lot of our mental activity is the confirmation that the nexus of thoughts that is currently forming I is inherently valid. So the I is a usurper. It's staging a palace coup all the time. The real king is awareness, but in the middle of the night, this bastard son arrives and sits on the throne. I'm having coffee. And then it goes, I must have coffee. Now I need a pee. I must have a pee. Now I have a coffee, a pee, a coffee. The king of everything. We are truly crazy. Yeah.
James, a little stupid question, but we need a certain way our identity in the normal psychological and normal life. You need, if you don't have your identity, you have perhaps two, like schizophrenia. So
yes.
What our real identity is awareness, but the one who is not aware has normal ego, and he must have identity.
That's true. That's correct. Nobody's saying you should forget who you are. But it's to realize that what you take as your ordinary identity is like a part in a theater in the great theatre of the arising empty sphere of shared experience, due to causes and conditions, you have particular roles, and with these roles come particular scripts, and through the enunciation of the script, you establish your identity.
Like a theater director.
Yeah, not the director. No, we don't know who the director is. The director is usually karma, which is organizing the particular choices that we take. And so we find ourselves telling other people who we are, inviting them to confirm the relative validity of our script. But if you didn't know where you lived, or you didn't know what your shoes were when you went out of the room, it would be very difficult. But your shoes don't establish anything. They're just a function. Thoughts are a function. They are communication. This is why we say that energy is in the house of compassion. Stillness, the openness of the mind, is the house of wisdom. If you want wisdom, you relax into the unborn openness. Out of the unborn openness, all kinds of movements, some look subject, some look object, occur, and that is compassion or communication or relatedness. So knowing where you live, knowing where you go to buy your milk, all of these things are patterns of communication. But they don't establish anything, because communication is gestural.
I've got one question on the view and one on the practice. On the view, it's like this. You said yeshe in the Heart Sutra. And perhaps I understood it wrong, but you said yeshe means Rigpa is free of emptiness. Or perhaps I wrote it.
Means emptiness is free of Rigpa.
Emptiness is free of Rigpa.
Yeah. Although they are inseparable. Because in emptiness you won't find anything. The empty side is nothing. But the empty side is also full. Because it's empty, it's full. And one of the things it's full of is awareness. But it's only full of awareness because it's empty. So the glass can only be filled with water because it's a glass. If I decide I don't like this water and I'm going to pour it into the plastic container, I will get a mess of my trousers because the top is on the container. The top is closed, so it can't be added to. The mind as emptiness is open, and so it's always full. So emptiness and fullness are co-emergent. So primordial purity and Hlundrup are not two different things. Empty, full, full, empty, full, full, empty.
Okay, and then perhaps the practice lesson is relating to this. Perhaps my biggest fear is if I let go everything, like you said always, let it go, let it go, let it go. How do I know how to drive a motor car? How do I know how to drive a motor car? That is to say, if I let it go, everything.
The Buddha said, there are in the basic teaching of the 10 faults, there are 4 of the body, 3 of the body, 4 of speech, and 3 of the mind. And one of the faults of mind is wrong views. And wrong views are established as nihilism, saying there's nothing at all, there is no consequence to action, and the other is eternalism. Now you have created a perfect marriage between these two oppositions. Because you say, if I let go, I will have eternal nihilism. If in the meditation I relax my mind, I will not remember anything ever again. Complete annihilation. permanent annihilation.
That's the fear.
It's a fear. And how long does the fear last?
The last 5 years at least.
But this is very good. This is very good. You only gain the fear by coming here.
Yeah.
So that means it is not a self-existing fear. It has arisen due to causes and conditions. So, when you go home, the first thing you do, you fill the bath with some foamy, nice soap. And you take up your 3 favorite ducks, Om Ahun, and you float them through the foam. No fear, no anxiety. Life is better. Don't take it too seriously. Don't take it too seriously. How could I possibly lose everything? Only if I have everything because I'm holding it together. So your fear is actually the loss of omnipotence. And the burden of it's all up to me. If I didn't do it, nothing would happen. Now that's true of certain things, projects you have at work and so on, that will not fall out of the sky by themselves. But our capacities to speak a language, to walk, to drive a car, arise according to situations and vanish. But they come back again because they are situationally evoked. And the Buddha said everything is dependent origination. So when you get in your car, you put the hands on the wheel. When you're sitting here, we do this, we don't do this. Wrong place, wrong time. When you get in the car, you don't do this. Unless the police stop you. So this is the trust. We couldn't proceed, otherwise you couldn't fall asleep at night. Thinking, oh God, maybe I don't wake up in the morning. Stay awake all night. Oh, good night. Good morning. Oh, here I am again. So you do the meditation. Oh. The releasing, what the releasing is doing, it's like if you have a Lego set and you build a ship. This is a lovely ship. I enjoyed making the ship. Now I have a ship. I'm getting bored looking at the ship that I enjoyed making. Now I want to make an aeroplane. How can I make an aeroplane when I've used up all my bits of Lego? That's a problem. Oh! So this is our issue. When our mind has got fixated into these patterns, we tend to do more of the same and do more of the same, which goes back to the identification. So, over-identification on a limited set of patterns hides our potential from us. Because we feel, if I didn't do this repeatedly, I wouldn't be me. But actually we could do a lot more things. We can probably have more humor in our life, more playfulness, more creativity. If we relax a bit, if we trust, if we let our anxiety go a bit. So when our energy is tied into holding things together, fear of being criticized by others, fear of being shamed, and so on, these become the organizing factors for a very restricted slice of this great potential that all of us have. So when we're relaxing, we're relaxing out of fixation on our current pattern. And in space, we see all kind of strange things arise in the mind when we meditate. Good, bad, right, wrong. And again, we're not merging, not identifying, not rejecting. So the usual work of construction, taking what we like and getting rid of what we don't like, we're not indulging that. And then, there's more potential. Because when we say, this is a bad thought, or I don't want this thought, that judgment is arising from our previous experiences in life. Maybe messages from our parents, or things we got at school, or the historical background of Germany, or whatever it would be. Certain factors have said, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable. But it's already there. It's already in the mind. So if you push it away, you're acting after the fact. Because I shouldn't have it. And this is where you get the real difficulty in the meditation, because it's only by having the courage to allow the mind to be as it is that you see the natural liberation of thoughts going free by themselves. So this terrible thought, this shameful thought that you don't want anyone to know about, has now gone. And if you don't think about it and think, oh my God, how could I be like that? It's completely gone. Your own worry, I shouldn't have thoughts like that, acts as a kind of glue that massages a trace, like a snail's track, onto your mind, so you're more likely to have a repetition. So by allowing whatever comes to come, whatever goes to go, you open more and more freedom of the mind, and then when you get up from the meditation cushion, you come into an environment, and that environment will evoke responses. Now, if you have more freedom, you can respond in different ways. But certain things will still be entrained. Because you have complete liberated freedom doesn't mean you put the toothpaste on the toothbrush and the toothbrush in your ear. I will decide where I put the toothbrush. Toothbrush goes in the mouth, the car keys go in the car key, the house keys go in the house door. Why would they go anywhere else? Because they are fitting. Some things just fit, and other things don't. You don't put cheese in your coffee. But you might explore talking in a slightly different way, or decide you're going to go to dance classes, or take up golf, or speak more sweetly to your mum, or whatever it would be. You would suddenly realize, oh, I'm locked in a pattern, and I don't have to be. This is just a construct. So I don't think there would be any loss at all. And I think you need to look at that again and again and think, oh, how much tension I'm carrying in this fear of getting things wrong. So freedom comes from knowing I make mistakes. And mistakes are normal. And nobody has been alive ever who didn't make a mistake. And even if you feel that what you did was not a mistake, other people are quite entitled to say, you made a mistake. Yeah? When Buddha Shakyamuni left his house to go, when he was Prince Siddhartha, when he left his house to go to seek enlightenment, we say this was a wonderful thing. Mother-in-law didn't agree, wife didn't agree. They said, you bastard. He's gone. If he comes back here, I'm going to give him a piece of... It's like that. People have different opinions. So part of our freedom is recognizing opinions have the truth status of opinion, not truth. So if somebody likes you or doesn't like what you've done, that's their mental formation. It's not nothing at all, but it's not the whole truth. So that's again the middle way that allows us to be more flexible. We can apologize, we can say, I'll write the document again, I'm sorry you don't like it. But we don't have to feel crushed or annihilated or broken because we've done something wrong. And in that way, the flexibility of the spine increases so that we become like seaweed, just moving with the rhythm of life. And a lot of us have a lot of fear embedded in the body and thought patterns because of this anxiety about being told off, that someone will wag the finger. And so the witness and the judge merge together. So if I see, then I'll see the mistake. We don't see with a benign eye, a comforting eye that sees the process why things arose the way they did. And therefore we could do it differently, which would be a helpful gaze. We see it with a harsh gaze. So again and again, we're reviewing these different aspects. The openness of the mind, how we are in relation to the general field, but also the content. Is it valid? Is it true? Do we have to? Do we have to do this? I worked for a while in a hospital setting at a time when HIV was spreading, and I got involved in doing some training in specialist units, and I would often go off, and it was part of my job because it was a specialist drug unit that I was in.
What is HIV? What is HIV?
AIDS.
AIDS.
Yeah. And my manager said to me, I'm not happy that you keep going off. And I said, I don't know, it says in my description that I have to keep you happy. He became really, really angry. He said, you don't understand. I am the manager. I thought, you're a fucking idiot. And so shortly after, I went and found another job. Because it's like that. You know, what planet are you on? You want to tell me what to do? You think I'm a monkey? You think I'm a puppet? Yeah, get alive. And that's what we need. People, quack, 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 all kind of shit, smear all over you. Wankers. So this is the positive use of hatred. Projectile vomiting. Because really, when we're talking about passive receptive, this is opening on a meditation cushion. It's not a recommendation for daily life. People are full of shit. Everybody has the 5 poisons. No matter how nice they are and they wear a suit and a tie and they get a fancy title, they're still full of shit. So you have to keep your eyes open. And meditation practice should not make you fall asleep and put up with nonsense. It's about flexibility. So that would be, I think, the way into approaching it. Yeah.
Now something about the autumn.
Yeah.
In the autumn, on the first day, it says we're going to take the Bodhisattva vow. How do we know we're ready for this? It seems like a big thing.
You're never ready to take the Bodhisattva vow. The Bodhisattva vow is an act of madness, isn't it? To say, I will save all sentient beings. How could you be ready to do that?
So, but in what spirit are we going to... I mean, I recite these things. I have recited them before many times, but it just seems like such an emphasis that this is a preparation for that. So in what spirit am I taking it that day?
As an aspiration. And actually, the paradoxical thing is, it's easier to save all sentient beings than to save one person. Because when you encounter one particular individual, wow, there's real problems. This is what therapy is all about. Someone's sitting in a seat opposite you and you're thinking, bloody hell. But all sentient beings. That's the easy bit. So that would be the spirit. Well, I mean, there's all sorts of ways into it. One is thinking, we've all been born many, many times before, and in these lifetimes we've had family situations, we've had parents, our mothers have done good things, feeding us, clothing us, training us in various ways, whether we're birds or cows or whatever. And so we have already a connection to all beings, and the form of the connection is a debt of gratitude. So we take the Bodhisattva vow from the point of view of repaying our debts. We're already bonded. We're not stepping across to unknown people. Everyone you meet you already have an intimate connection with. Now that's a very profound thing, because that's already saying there are no strangers, there are no isolated entities here or there, you know, whatever form their bodies are in now. These are all minds who have a potential for compassion, and that compassion has been shown to me, so why would I not show compassion to them? So if I focus on gaining enlightenment for myself, and I'm forgetful of others, not only would this be a crime against compassion, but it would be a crime against wisdom, because how we awaken is we awaken into the whole which is shared with all beings. So it would be a contradiction ontologically and ethically to go for an individual liberation. So you can set it up as something very big, but as I was suggesting earlier, we're always going to make mistakes, and we're going to be self-forgetful, and we're going to be selfish. So if we think, I can only say this when I have dealt with all these obscurations, we would never begin. So it's saying, given my limitations, given my habitual formations, I'm going to open out in this way. And sometimes it will go wrong, but we can do, if you're operating in that dualistic way, you can do confession, and you can reaffirm the vows and so on.
Coming back to your manager, didn't you give up on him?
Didn't I give up on him? Yes, of course.
Yeah, so
I'm very glad. I gave up on him as a manager, not as a sentient being. You know, I wish him well, but I wish him far away from me. And this is the thing. This is the thing about the mind. The mind is so big; it includes everyone, and therefore, stepping back from situations which don't function for you is not abandoning. We abandon people when inside ourselves we say, "Fuck off! I hate you. I hope you're dead." That is annihilatory hatred. But the aversive or push, which opens up a space, is often very, very healing, because there's nothing to be done. If you lock horns with someone and you can't find a way out of it, better to separate. You know, if couples fight a lot, they need to learn that they can say a word and one of them gets up and walks around the block and so on, because when you're in it, you can't solve it. The mind has closed down. So recognizing in our life that some work situations or family or relationship situations don't work circumstantially, you can separate. And sometimes you have to separate by going somewhere else. Sometimes you separate by having a bit of a break or talking about it to a third party. But the danger is, it's all up to me, I've got to do it. It's really important to have allies. And this, I think, is the notion of our being embedded in a field of energy. Making use of other people is incredibly important. Nobody is self-sufficient. So we are all reliant on others to make the clothes we wear, make the food we eat, help us to change our mood, and so on. And so working with the environment, collaborating with circumstances would be important. And sometimes we know this is a dead end. I thought it was a road, but I'm not getting any more traction here, because we realize that the structure of this person's mind and mind don't have a basis for real collaboration. And in Tibetan they talk about people having a connection, a tenjung, established from a previous life, and that opens up ways of being. And if you don't have a connection and you're having to do it artificially, it will be very difficult, and it's probably not going to work out. Also, there is the issue of karma, that whatever arises, according to the tradition, is the fruit of past actions. Some of these fruits last a long time, and some a short time. So you get people who meet when they're 16, they fall in love, and they're together till they die. You get other people who meet at a party, go off together and fuck, and in the morning think, what am I doing here? You know, there's all sorts of ways that people relate in life. And none of us can really know how long something will last. I was amazed in the work that I was doing when I would have couples in their 70 coming to talk about their divorce. You know, you've raised your kids, you've got grandkids, why are you divorcing now? I can't bear him anymore. You put up with him for 40 years, you know. But it's like that. There was a bubble in which this was tolerable, this was workable. And then, due to causes and circumstances, many of them, we would believe karmic, suddenly that bubble pops in the person's thinking, I don't want this anymore. I don't care what happens. I don't want this. I can't have this. And that's such an interesting thing. Because again, this is after the fact. It's not that somebody chose this, but they found themselves like a beached whale suddenly out of the ocean they had been swimming in another territory. I can't do it anymore. I just can't do it. But why? We could go on holiday. We could do this. I can't. Don't ask me. I can't. Oof. This is very, very important for us to recognize that the urge to mastery, the sense that I am in charge of my life, that I make my life the way I want it to be, sometimes is the key way to organize things. And sometimes it just happens. It doesn't mean that we're just a leaf in the wind blown hither and thither. It means at certain moments we have agency, we can help to make things happen, and at other moments we are just blown. And if you apply agency when it's time to let the wind blow you, you just struggle and it doesn't get any better. I don't know if it happens in Germany, but almost every week in Britain you can read these accounts of a man whose partner has said she's leaving and taking the kids, and he kills the kids, he kills her, and then he kills himself. You think, fuck, how could you do that? If I can't have you, no one will have you. There you see, there's no exit. There's no way to release and relax and imagine another life. So, knowing that the door is open makes life safer a lot of the time. Trapped spaces bring a lot of pain. It doesn't mean that you should have no walls in the house and anything can happen, but it's the balance between working to establish structures and maintaining them, and recognize that all structures have a sell-by date, because even if you have a happy family, the kids grow up and they leave home. At one time, you as the mum were the center of attention, and every 2 seconds, mom, 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 mom. And now they've closed the bedroom. Don't come in here. This is my room. You stay out. I'm in here with my boyfriend. Don't come in. Okay. Irrelevant. What are we having for food after? So in that way, all situations are reorganized by the changing factors of life. Any other thoughts, questions? Yeah.
When we are listening to a dharma teaching, like right now, are we listening to the creativity of our own mind?
Yes. I am your karma, you are my karma. Our parents are our karma. Everything we get is our share. Whether it's going to the Catholic Church or coming here, going to the casino, this is how our mind presents itself. So each of us live in our world, which has crossovers to a certain extent with other people's worlds. But this situation is your mind. This is how your mind is showing itself to you. And that's the same for each of us. So, because I'm in this position where I'm showing things, I'm doing quite a lot of talking, and you're in a more listening kind of mode. When we move out of here, that changes. So this is our position. Sometimes we're receptive, sometimes we're more active, sometimes we're like the subject, sometimes we're like the object. But that these movements between these positions is all the creativity of the mind. Okay, let's do a final meditation. So we do the 3-hour practice, and then at the end we move into the dedication of merit. So now we dedicate the merit to all beings in all the different realms of samsara. You can imagine rays of light spreading out from your heart, connecting you to all beings. Gyawan din yadun da ujen lama drujune roa chicham in this turbulent world that we live in, we are very lucky to have had a bit of time together to pay attention to the dharma. Most people are preoccupied by other things, wars, famines, ecological disasters, family crises, and so on. These preoccupations, when you have them, when you're in them, seem completely important. And yet time goes by and there's no space for depth or clarity. So taking the time to make a space to look at oneself is a fortunate circumstance, it's a blessing, and it's also hopefully something that allows us to connect with other people in different ways. We don't know how Dharma will spread in the West, whether it will or not. It can proceed in very subtle ways. We don't have to engage in formal Dharma teaching to help people, and for many people that wouldn't be what they'd be wanting at all. But, you know, if you go for a walk with a friend, just drawing attention to the changes according to the seasons, reflecting about changes in the family and so on, allows people to have a more open approach to the dynamic nature of life. And I think that allows more courage and capacity to deal with all the difficulties of life, rather than having to hold it all together. So in whatever way we can, we just relate to others in a way that brings some kind of softening and some release and more capacity to laugh at ourselves and not take things so seriously. Life is serious when it's all up to us, and we have to make sense of it. And when we rest back in the womb of the Great Mother, when we realize our inseparability from emptiness, it's not so serious at all. So, it's been a pleasure being here. Thank you to our hosts in Kamalashila, to the two lovely monks who are so tolerant of whatever it is we're up to. And to Katrin and Tobias for all the work that they do in the background, to Katja and so on, the team that make everything flow here very well. And the cook. Yes. And of course, it's one of the great blessings is to be present and invisible. And this certainly is my experience in Kamalashila. The team who do the work and the whole ambience is made very smooth for us by this availability and invisibility at the same time. And I think that's a very beautiful flavor that we can take into our own lives as well. That you can be very helpful without kind of cranking it up and making a profit on it or drawing attention to it. It's very sweet. Thank you to Eva for your work in organizing and for the morning, and to Jayachita for the movement, and for Waldmar and John for the recording and making that available.
And Aina for the video.
And find the video, exactly. And to all of us for the quality of participation. It's very sweet to be here. People collaborate very well. And then we have to think, how is it possible that there is such easy collaboration in the way the party ran last night? Very tolerant, very easy, people taking space, stepping back. This gives us a flavor that maybe we can have more and more of in our lives.
And thank you, James, for your precious teaching.
Great. So now we do a little bit of tidying up in here, and then food, and then goodbye.